that when you're too friendly, too kind, and too social, people start showing you disrespect. They take your kindness for weakness and think they can walk all over you. People start underestimating you, thinking you're soft just because you're a good person. But the moment they push you too far, they're going to see a whole different side of you, a side they ain't ready for. If you're always being nice, always doing things for them, they'll keep expecting it. And eventually, they'll think they can take advantage of you. Run over your shoes like you ain't even there. That's when you gotta step up. You gotta step up and show them a side they've never seen before. Just because you're nice, just because you're showing love, doesn't mean you gotta tolerate their BS. Matter of fact, that saying, treat people the way you want to be treated, is BS. I can give you mad respect, show you love all the time, but if I don't get that respect back, I ain't obligated to keep being nice. Some people don't deserve your kindness. Some people deserve to be checked. And some people, they gotta learn the hard way what respect really means. So remember, just because you got a good heart doesn't mean you take. Notice that when you're too friendly, too
If you've got pink salt, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe yet, you're throwing away your chance to lose weight effortlly.
Always careful while I'm driving, man. Thanks for the love. I appreciate that.
I started using
Have a great day, man. You be safe out here. You know this world is crazy.
For the faint-hearted. It demands fierce commitment and ruthless honesty. To win, you must first identify your enemies. These are not outside forces, but internal behaviors. 10 destructive habits that will sabotage your destiny if left unchecked. Listen closely, because your future depends on eliminating these enemies now. First, indecision is poison. The moment you hesitate, doubt creeps in. Successful men and women act with clarity and confidence. No second guessing. If you cannot decide, you guarantee failure. Second, fear is your greatest enemy. Fear paralyzes the mind, destroys creativity, and chains ambition. If you feed fear, you starve success. Conquer fear or be conquered by it. Third, procrastination steals your time and your power. Every delay is a missed opportunity. Action
We're
fuels
gonna end the day in
momentum. Delay
Pennsylvania
kills
today,
dreams.
and then
Winners move fast.
we'll get
and
back
never
to work
wait
on
for
Monday
perfect
morning
conditions.
and head up to Massachusetts
Negative
for an evening
associations will
delivery.
drag you down. Surrounding yourself with naysayers and skeptics drains your energy and clouds your vision. Choose your company wisely. Your environment shapes your outcome. Fifth, lack of persistence is surrender in disguise. When you fall, stand up again and again. Quitters never win, winners never quit. Persistence carves paths where none existed. Sixth, blaming others destroys your control. If you refuse to own your mistakes and results, you give away your power. Responsibility is the cornerstone of growth. Claim it fiercely. Seventh, comfort zones are prisons. Avoiding challenge and risk is the enemy of progress. Growth demands discomfort. If you want more, be willing to endure the pain that comes with it. Eighth, lack of clear purpose is chaos. Without a burning purpose, your efforts scatter and weaken. Success requires a definite major aim, a goal that consumes your every thought and action. Ninth, wasting time on trivial matters drains your energy. Focus is your weapon. Guard your time like a lion guards its territory. Say no to distractions that do not serve your ultimate goal. 10. Giving up at the first sign of difficulty is the graveyard of dreams. True success requires you to push through storms, setbacks, and failures. Strength grows in struggle. Understand this. These behaviors are not mere obstacles. They are your enemies. They will conspire daily to rob you of your vision and steal your future. You must recognize them, reject them, and replace them with discipline, courage, and relentless action. Success is not for those who wish, but for those who fight. Rid yourself of these enemies now. Be ruthless with your habits.
I hope you got a good
Transform
message on the
yourself
radio
into
this
a
morning.
powerhouse of determination. Your future is forged in the choices you make today. Eliminate these behaviors and nothing can stop you. The road to greatness is narrow, but the rewards are limitless. Stand firm, act boldly, and claim the success waiting for you. Success demands unwavering discipline. It is the foundation upon which every achievement, every breakthrough, every triumph is built. Without discipline, talent is wasted, opportunity is lost, and dreams remain just that, dreams. Discipline is not a suggestion or a convenience. It is the uncompromising force that separates those who rise to greatness from those who fall into mediocrity. The path to success is littered with distractions, temptations, and excuses. But discipline is the shield that protects your focus, the engine that drives your action, and the compass that guides your decisions. Discipline begins with control over your own mind. Your thoughts are the seeds from which your destiny grows. If you allow doubt, fear, and negativity to take root, they will choke your potential. To be disciplined means to master your thoughts, to reject anything that weakens your confidence and resolve. It means choosing to think clearly and positively, even when circumstances tempt you to give up or settle for less. You must train your mind to focus relentlessly on your goal, shutting out distractions and naysayers. This mental discipline is the beginning of all power. Every successful person understands that discipline is action in motion. It's not enough to want success or to dream about it. You must commit to consistent, deliberate action day after day. Discipline forces you to show up when others quit, to push through fatigue and frustration, to keep moving forward even when progress seems slow or invisible. This persistence, born of discipline, wears down obstacles and builds momentum. Without it, talent and intelligence are meaningless. Success rewards those who work hardest, who refuse to be stopped by setbacks or delays. Discipline demands sacrifice. It requires you to give up short-term pleasures for long-term gain. This is where many fail. The comfort of immediate gratification seduces millions into a life of unrealized potential. But discipline teaches you to delay gratification, to endure discomfort now so you can enjoy lasting rewards later. Whether it's waking up early to work on your goals, sticking to a rigorous plan, or saying no to distractions and temptations, discipline means making hard choices consistently. It means valuing your future more than fleeting comfort. To develop unwavering discipline, you must build powerful habits. Your daily routine becomes your destiny. Each small act of discipline strengthens your willpower and edges you closer to your goal. It's in the habits you cultivate, waking up with purpose, focusing on priorities, finishing what you start. That discipline flourishes. The mind craves routine, and when you feed it with discipline, it becomes a machine of efficiency and resilience. This relentless structure guards you against the chaos of life that tries to pull you off course. Discipline is also about responsibility. It means owning your decisions, your failures, and your success. It's easy to blame circumstances, other people, or bad luck when things go wrong, but discipline requires you to stand tall and accept full responsibility for your life. This is where true power lies. When you stop playing the victim and take charge of your results, you unlock the ability to change and grow. Discipline does not allow excuses or complaints. It demands accountability. Success follows those who command their own destiny. Fear and doubt are enemies of discipline. They whisper lies that paralyze your progress and undermine your courage. But
I bought into the hype. My experience for a Mazzato knife was such a nonsense. My friends laughed at me for buying them.
But discipline is the antidote to fear. When you develop discipline, you face fear head on and refuse to let it dictate your actions. You act despite uncertainty and discomfort because your commitment is stronger than your hesitation. This courage, fueled by discipline, transforms obstacles into opportunities. You learn to see challenges as tests of your strength and resolve rather than reasons to quit. Indecision is another enemy defeated only by discipline. The moment you hesitate, you lose valuable time and allow doubt to creep in. Discipline sharpens your ability to decide quickly and firmly. It teaches you to trust yourself and take action even when the path isn't perfectly clear. Every great success story includes moments of bold decisions made with conviction. Discipline trains you to make those decisions swiftly and to commit fully, knowing that indecision is the end of progress. Discipline is the guardian of your focus. In a world filled with endless distractions, it keeps your eyes fixed on your target. Social media, entertainment, gossip, and countless other diversions compete for your attention. Without discipline, you will be pulled in every direction and never accomplish what matters most. But with discipline, you create boundaries around your time and energy, protecting your priorities with fierce loyalty. Your mind becomes a laser beam, cutting through noise and clutter to hit the bullseye of your ambitions. Even when success seems distant or impossible, discipline keeps you moving forward. It's the inner voice that says, keep going when the world says, give up. It's the force that drives you to learn from failure, to get up after every fall, and keep chasing your vision no matter the odds. Discipline turns ordinary people into champions by transforming struggle into growth. It's the relentless engine that powers every great you to embrace discomfort. More, you must be willing to endure pain. Discipline is the muscle that strengthens you to handle this discomfort without breaking. It teaches you to welcome challenges as opportunities to build resilience and character. Without this willingness to face hardship, success will forever remain out of reach. Ultimately, discipline is the great equalizer. Talent, wealth, and luck can give some an advantage, but discipline can overcome all obstacles. It levels the playing field between the gifted and the ordinary, the wealthy and the struggling. Those who cultivate discipline are the ones who take control of their fate and become unstoppable forces of achievement. Success bows to discipline, and discipline demands your total commitment. There is no room for compromise with discipline. It requires relentless focus, unwavering resolve, and a refusal to tolerate anything that undermines your progress. It is not a one-time effort, but a daily choice. A constant battle against laziness, distraction, and fear. The moment you relax your discipline is the moment your enemies gain ground. To reach the highest peak of success, you must be disciplined in every thought, every action, every moment. Success demands unwavering discipline. It is the fire that burns in the hearts of champions, the steel that hardens their will, and the force that propels them beyond limits. Without it, no dream becomes real. With it, all things become possible. The question is not if you want success, but are you willing to embrace the discipline it demands? Because your future will be shaped by that choice. Make discipline your unbreakable ally and nothing will stop you. Fear is the root of failure. It is the silent destroyer that creeps into the mind, paralyzes action, and suffocates potential. Fear does not just block your path. It poisons your thoughts, clouds your judgment, and convinces you that you are not worthy or capable. Every failed attempt, every missed opportunity, every dream left unfulfilled can be traced back to this one enemy, fear. To succeed, you must understand fear's power, confront it without hesitation, and refuse to allow it to control your life. Fear is a natural reaction, but it becomes dangerous when it dominates your decisions. It disguises itself as caution or realism, whispering doubts and worst-case scenarios. It tells you to stay safe, to settle for less, to avoid risk. But the truth is, fear is a liar. It wants to keep you trapped in your comfort zone, where growth is impossible and dreams wither away. The moment you allow fear to dictate your actions, you surrender your power. You become a prisoner to your own mind, chained by what-ifs and imagined failures. Fear stops action before it even begins. It causes hesitation that drains your momentum and lets opportunity slip through your fingers. The most successful people don't live without fear. They feel it deeply. But
With the right pieces, you can then not only root your innovation, transform your portrait patio with
deeply used to let it control them. They learn to act despite fear, recognizing that courage is not the absence of fear, but the mastery of it. Every step taken in the face of fear strengthens your resolve and diminishes its hold on you. Fear loses power when you confront it head-on and keep moving forward. One of fear's greatest weapons is the fear of failure. This fear convinces you that making mistakes will define you, that failure is permanent, and that success is only for the lucky or the talented. But failure is not the enemy. Fear of failure is. Failure is a lesson, a stepping stone, a test of your commitment. It is inevitable on the path to success. The real failure is never trying, never risking, and never rising after falling. When you fear failure, you shrink your vision and limit your possibilities. To grow, you must embrace failure as an essential part of the journey. Fear breeds self-doubt, which undermines your confidence and your belief in your abilities. When you doubt yourself, your goals seem unattainable, your efforts feel futile, and your courage fades. Your self-doubt is the voice that tells you you're not good enough. You don't deserve success. You will never make it. These lies are born of fear. To silence self-doubt, you must feed your mind with positive affirmations, evidence of your past victories, and unwavering faith in your potential. Strength grows when you place fear lies. Fear isolates you, convinces you to hide your ambitions, to keep your dreams secret, and to avoid seeking help or advice. It turns you inward, cutting off the support and encouragement that fuel success. But success requires connection. It demands that you surround yourself with people who inspire, challenge, and believe in you. When fear isolates you, it weakens your spirit and saps your energy. The antidote is courage to be vulnerable, to ask for help, and to build a network that lifts you higher. Fear also distorts reality. It magnifies dangers and minimizes opportunities. It causes you to focus on worst-case scenarios instead of possibilities. This distorted vision keeps you stuck in inaction and regret. To overcome fear, you must learn to see clearly, to weigh risks realistically, and to recognize that most fears are exaggerated or imagined. Reality is not as threatening as fear makes it seem. When you clear the fog of fear, you find a path forward illuminated by opportunity and hope. Fear thrives in uncertainty. The unknown terrifies because it removes control. But control is an illusion. It is unpredictable. Success depends on your navigate uncertainty with confidence and adaptability. The most successful people are not those who avoid uncertainty, but those who embrace it. They see change and challenge as chances to grow stronger and wiser. Fear falls away when you accept uncertainty as part of life and choose to move forward regardless. Fear prevents you from taking risks, and risk is the currency of success. Without risk, there is no reward. Playing it safe guarantees stagnation. You must be willing to step out boldly, to risk failure, rejection, and discomfort. This willingness separates winners from the rest. Fear says, stay where it's safe, but success demands, step into the unknown. Each risk taken with discipline and courage expands your limits and brings you closer to your goals. Fear controls your emotions and clouds your judgment. When fear dominates, decisions are made out of anxiety instead of clarity. You second-guess yourself, freeze in hesitation, or react impulsively to avoid discomfort. Discipline over fear means mastering your emotions so they serve you rather than control you. It means training your mind to remain calm, focused, and resolute even when fear is present. This emotional control turns fear from a barrier into a challenge to overcome. You can never eliminate fear completely, but you can master it. Mastery comes from repetition, facing your fears again and again until they lose their power. Each time you act despite fear, you build courage and resilience. You prove to yourself that fear is not a limit, but a hurdle to clear. Over time, fear becomes a signpost of growth, signaling where you must push harder and rise higher. The more you confront fear, the less it controls you. Fear is the root of failure because it kills dreams before they have a chance to live. It locks potential behind walls of doubt, hesitation, and avoidance. But fear can be conquered by action, discipline, and courage. When you refuse to be ruled by fear, you unlock your true power. You step into a life of possibility, progress, and achievement. Fear loses its grip when you realize that success is born not from comfort, but from bravery, persistence, and unwavering belief in yourself. Let fear be a challenge, not a chain. Let it fuel your determination rather than stall your progress. When you face fear squarely and refuse to back down, you claim victory before you even reach the finish line. The root of failure is fear, but the root of success is courage. And courage begins with choosing to act despite that fear. Indecision is a silent killer. It creeps into your mind like a slow poison, draining your energy, paralyzing your will, and suffocating your dreams. Unlike loud failures that are obvious and can be confronted, indecision works quietly in the background, eroding your confidence and stealing your momentum.
Growing your money shouldn't feel like a second job. That's why there's Betterment, the automated investing and savings app.
In the background, eroding your confidence and stealing your momentum. It is the thief of opportunity, the destroyer of potential, and the enemy that lurks within. Success demands swift and certain decisions. Anything less is a path to failure. The greatest barrier to success is not lack of resources, talent, or luck. It is the inability to decide. When you hesitate, you waste precious time and energy wrestling with doubt. Every moment spent wavering is a moment lost forever. Life moves fast, and opportunities wait for no one. The person who delays and doubts will be left behind by those who decide quickly and act boldly. Indecision breeds confusion, anxiety, and fear. And these emotions feed on each other, creating a cycle that is difficult to break. Indecision often masquerades as caution or prudence. People convince themselves they need more information, more time, or the perfect conditions to act. But in reality, indecision is a form of fear. It is the fear of making the wrong choice, fear of failure, and fear of responsibility. This fear shackles you to the spot, leaving your goals to slip through your fingers. Success does not come to those who wait for certainty. It comes to those who move forward with confidence, knowing that no decision is perfect and that mistakes can be corrected. The cost of indecision is far greater than any risk taken in action. Each hesitation weakens your resolve and chips away at your self-trust. When you doubt your ability to decide, you undermine your entire foundation. Confidence is built on the willingness to decide and the readiness to face the consequences. The successful understand that decisions, even imperfect ones, are better than paralysis. They know that action creates clarity and momentum, while indecision breeds stagnation and regret. Indecision also kills opportunities before they can be seized. Some doors only open briefly, and hesitation means they close forever. When you delay, competitors move faster, situations change, and the chance disappears. The world rewards the decisive. History is filled with stories of individuals who succeeded because they acted swiftly and with conviction, not because they had perfect information or conditions. Decisive action puts you ahead of the crowd and creates a dynamic where momentum builds on momentum. The paralysis caused by indecision is often rooted in a fear of responsibility. To decide is to accept ownership of the outcome, success or failure. Many avoid decision-making to escape this burden, passing the blame onto circumstances or others. But avoiding responsibility is a trap that destroys growth. Responsibility is power. When you claim your decisions fully, you gain control of your life. Discipline in decision-making means embracing this responsibility and refusing to let fear dictate your choices. Indecision undermines leadership and vision. A leader who cannot decide loses respect and trust. Teams, partners, and supporters look for direction and confidence. Without it, motive dies. Progress halts. To lead yourself or others towards success, you must be decisive. This means gathering necessary information quickly, trusting your judgment, and committing to a course of action. Wavering signals weakness and invites chaos. Strong leaders understand that decisiveness inspires action and creates results. Mental clarity is the antidote to indecision. When your mind is cluttered with distractions, doubts, and conflicting opinions, decision-making becomes impossible. Discipline your mind to focus on what matters, gather the facts you need, and cut through noise and confusion. Practice making small decisions quickly to build your decisiveness muscle. Each choice you make with clarity and confidence weakens indecision's hold and strengthens your ability to lead your life with purpose. Indecision also drains your emotional energy. The constant back and forth, the replaying of what-ifs, and the inability to commit exhaust your mind and spirit. This emotional fatigue reduces your resilience and your capacity to face challenges. By contrast, decisiveness frees you emotionally. When you choose, you release anxiety and open the door to focused action. This freedom fuels motivation and creates a positive cycle of progress. To overcome indecision, you must embrace imperfection. No decision is ever guaranteed to be perfect or without risk. Waiting for the perfect moment or the perfect choice is an illusion. Success comes from the willingness to make decisions, learn from results, adjust course, and keep moving. This mindset transforms indecision from a killer into a stepping stone. It turns hesitation into deliberate action and fear into confidence. Indecision is often fueled by overthinking. Overanalyzing every detail leads to paralysis. The mind spins in endless circles, afraid to commit. Break free by setting deadlines for your decisions. Force yourself to act within a specific time frame. This creates urgency and forces focus. The ability to decide quickly and move forward separates the achievers from the dreamers. Indecision steals your self-respect. Each time you fail to decide, you lose faith in yourself. This erosion of self-trust makes future decisions even harder. But decisiveness...
Best oil to cook with.
Number 3, canola oil. If you can find organic.
...and harder. But decisiveness builds self-respect and inner strength. When you prove to yourself that you and follow, indecision kills progress quietly but thoroughly. It stops momentum dead in its tracks and lets doubt grow wild. If you want to move forward in life, business, or any pursuit, you develop the habit of decisive action. This means trusting your instincts, accepting uncertainty, and refusing to be paralyzed by fear or doubt. Power to decide or to control your destiny. Indecision is a silent killer, but it is not invincible. You can conquer it with discipline, clarity, and courage. Commit now to becoming a person who decides quickly and acts boldly. Your future success depends on your ability to make decisions without hesitation. Every great achievement begins with a decision. Refuse to be the victim of indecision and watch how your life transforms as momentum and confidence replace doubt and delay. The power to choose is the power to win. Procrastination steals your future. It disguises itself as harmless delay, a simple later, but in truth, it is a thief that robs you of time, opportunity, and progress. Every moment you push action aside, you allow your dreams to slip further from reach. Procrastination is the enemy of success because it creates a gap between intention and achievement, filling that space with excuses, distractions, and doubt. The future you desire is built by what you do now, not by what you postpone indefinitely. The danger of procrastination lies in its subtlety. It rarely announces itself as a villain. Instead, it tempts you with comfort, convincing you that there is always more time, that the task can wait, that the pressure will be less tomorrow. But tomorrow is never guaranteed. The more you delay, the harder it becomes to begin, until inertia sets in and your goals become distant fantasies rather than achievable realities. Success demands urgency. It demands that you act decisively in this moment, not in some vague future. Procrastination feeds on fear and doubt. It is easier to delay because starting means facing the possibility of failure, rejection, or discomfort. These fears paralyze you, making delay feel safer than action. But safety is an illusion. Each delay piles more pressure onto your shoulders and shrinks your window of opportunity. The longer you wait, the more overwhelming the task appears and the less confident you feel. Procrastination is a trap that grows deeper the longer you stay inside it. The cost of procrastination is measured in lost time and missed chances. Time is the most valuable resource, and once spent, it cannot be recovered. The moments you waste deciding when to start could have been used building momentum, learning, and achieving. Opportunities are often fleeting. Once they pass, they rarely return. The person who acts quickly and with purpose seizes opportunities while they are ripe. The person who procrastinates watches from the sidelines as others claim success. Procrastination also destroys your discipline and weakens your willpower. Every time you choose to delay, you weaken your mental muscles. Your ability to resist distractions and stay focused diminishes. This creates a vicious cycle. Procrastination leads to lower discipline, and lower discipline makes procrastination easier. To break free, you must interrupt this cycle by forcing action, no matter how small. Discipline grows from consistent action, and with it comes the power to resist procrastination. Procrastination clouds your mind with guilt and regret. Deep down, you know the cost of delay. This awareness creates stress and anxiety, which only fuel more procrastination. It's a destructive feedback loop that saps your energy and robs you of peace. The mind cannot focus when weighed down by guilt, and productivity plummets. The only way to silence this negative cycle is through action. Taking the first step releases tension and builds confidence. The key to overcoming procrastination is to start before you feel ready. Waiting for motivation or perfect conditions is a lie we tell ourselves to justify delay. Motivation follows action, not the other way around. When you start working, momentum builds, and motivation grows stronger. The first step is always the hardest, but it is also the most powerful. It sets the wheels in motion and turns intention into reality. Commit to starting now, and you break procrastination's grip. Breaking tasks into smaller, manageable steps makes starting easier. Large goals can feel overwhelming and trigger avoidance. By dividing a goal into clear, simple actions, you reduce fear and create a clear path forward. Small wins build confidence and make progress visible. This approach transforms daunting tasks into achievable challenges and replaces procrastination with productivity.
Do not take apple cider vinegar before you see this. Vinegar works to help you slim down in 3 special ways. Number 1, it might help you eat less.
This is procrastination with productivity. Procrastination is a betrayal of your future self. It favors the short-term comfort of doing nothing over the long-term benefits of hard work. But the future self who will live with the consequences of delay has no say in the moment you choose to procrastinate. Success demands that you act not for the ease of today, but for the promise of tomorrow. The choices you make now echo through your future. Every postponed effort is a lost opportunity to grow, improve, and succeed. Discipline is the antidote to procrastination. It demands that you honor your commitments, push past resistance, and act with consistency. Discipline is built through repetition, showing up day after day even when motivation wanes. The stronger your discipline, the less power procrastination holds over you. Discipline transforms desire into action and action into achievement. Without discipline, procrastination is an open door to failure. Procrastination kills your dreams quietly but thoroughly. It erodes your confidence, weakens your resolve, and steals your time. The pain of regret from lost opportunities is far greater than the discomfort of starting. You must recognize procrastination as a silent enemy and declare war on it with immediate action. Replace delay with urgency and hesitation with commitment. The longer you wait, the more your dreams fade. To conquer procrastination, you must take ownership of your choices. No one else is responsible for your delay. It is a decision made in every moment. Own your power to decide and to act. Build habits that prioritize action and create systems that reduce the chance to procrastinate. Surround yourself with accountability and support. This creates an environment where procrastination cannot thrive. Remember, procrastination steals your future by robbing you of time and momentum. The future you want exists only if you act today. The moment you choose to start is the moment you reclaim control. Take that step now, break free from delay, and march boldly towards your goals. Your destiny is shaped by the actions you take in this moment, not by the delays you accept. The thief called procrastination must be defeated if you want to claim the success waiting for you. Negative influence from others corrupts your mindset. It seeps into your thoughts like a toxic fog, clouding your judgment, sapping your confidence, and poisoning your will to succeed. Your mind is your most valuable asset. It shapes your reality, fuels your actions, and determines your outcomes. Allowing negativity from others to take root within it is to invite failure, self-doubt, and stagnation. Success demands that you guard your mind fiercely and refuse to let destructive voices dictate your path. People around you have enormous power over your mental state. Their words, attitudes, and behaviors can either lift you or drag you down. Negative influence acts like a virus. It spreads through conversations, criticisms, and judgments, infecting your thinking until doubt and fear replace clarity and courage. The moment you accept toxic perspectives as your own, you lose the ability to believe in yourself and your goals. Your mind becomes a battlefield where your dreams are attacked, and unless you fight back, defeat is inevitable. Negative influence breeds limiting beliefs. These are the invisible chains forged by the opinions and attitudes of others. They tell you that you're not good enough, that success is for others but not for you, or that your dreams are unrealistic and destined to fail. Such beliefs shape your self-image and restrict your actions. When your mind accepts these lies, your potential shrinks and your ambition fades. The greatest battles of success are fought within the mind, and negative influence is the enemy that must be defeated to claim victory. Surrounding yourself with negativity causes mental fatigue. Constant exposure to doubt, criticism, and pessimism drains your emotional energy. It creates a mental environment where fear thrives and motivation diminishes. You find yourself second-guessing every decision, hesitating to take risks and retreating from challenges. This mental exhaustion slows progress and kills initiative. To succeed, you must protect your energy and cultivate a mindset that energizes rather than depletes. Negative influence also distorts your perception of reality. It magnifies obstacles, highlights failures, and minimizes your strengths. When you listen to destructive voices, you start to see your journey through a filter of limitations and obstacles rather than opportunities and solutions. This distorted vision breeds hopelessness and discouragement, which stifle creativity and determination. Success demands clear vision and unwavering belief in your ability to overcome difficulties. One of the most dangerous effects of negative influence is the erosion of self-confidence. Confidence is the foundation of all achievement. It gives you the courage to act, the resilience to persist, and the strength to lead. When others constantly undermine your worth or question your potential, your confidence crumbles. You start to doubt your skills, question your value, and fear rejection. Without confidence, you cannot move forward with conviction, and hesitation becomes your default state. Negative influence fosters a victim mentality. It convinces you that external circumstances or other people control your fate. You begin to blame your failures on others and believe you have no power to change your situation. This mindset is the antithesis of success. True success comes from taking full responsibility for your life, regardless of the negativity around you. You must realize that while you cannot always control what others say or do, you can control how you respond. Your power lies in choosing your mindset. To protect your mind from negative influence, you must be selective about whose voices you allow to shape your thoughts. Choose to surround yourself with positive, supportive, and growth-minded people. Seek those who believe in your potential, challenge you constructively, and inspire you to push beyond limits. Positive influence is like sunlight to the mind. It nourishes confidence, creativity, and courage. The company you keep will either elevate you or drag you down, so choose wisely. Building mental resilience is crucial to resist negative influence. This means strengthening your ability to recognize and reject destructive thoughts and beliefs. It requires discipline to replace negativity with empowering affirmations and to focus on your goals despite criticism or doubt. Mental resilience turns your mind into a fortress where negative influence cannot penetrate. It empowers you to stay focused, maintain confidence, and act decisively even when surrounded by skepticism. Awareness is the first step to combating negative influence. You must recognize when your mindset is being corrupted by others. Pay attention to how you feel after interactions. Do you feel drained, doubtful, or discouraged? If so, identify the source and take action to distance yourself or limit exposure. Awareness allows you to break the cycle of negativity and regain control of your thoughts and emotions. Your mind is a garden, and negative influence plants weeds that choke out the flowers of success. You must cultivate your mental garden with intention. Plant seeds of positivity, gratitude, and determination. Regularly feed your mind with inspiring books, empowering conversations, and constructive feedback. Weed out toxic thoughts and toxic relationships that threaten your growth. Success requires constant mental care and vigilance. Ultimately, you alone are responsible for the condition of your mind. No matter how loud or persistent negative influences may be, you hold the power to choose your thoughts, beliefs, and attitudes. This power is your greatest weapon against failure. Guard your mind fiercely. Refuse to let negativity corrupt your vision. Strengthen your mental defenses daily. When you control your mindset, no external influence can derail you from your path to success. Negative influence from others corrupts your mindset because it attacks the very foundation of your power, the way you think and believe. Protect your mind like a precious asset, because it is the source of all your actions and achievements. The moment you allow negativity to take hold is the moment you lose the fight before it even begins. Choose to rise above. Choose to empower yourself. Choose to build a mindset so strong, so focused, and so positive that no outside force can shake it. Your success depends on the mind you nurture today. Lack of persistence guarantees defeat. It is the silent surrender that occurs long before the final battle is fought. Success is not won by the swift or the strongest alone, but by those who refuse to quit when faced with obstacles, setbacks, and failures. Without relentless persistence, every dream, every goal, every ambition crumbles under the weight of difficulty. The moment you stop pushing forward, you seal your own failure. Persistence is the bridge between desire and achievement. Remove it, and collapse is inevitable. The world rewards those who keep going when others give up. Persistence is not about avoiding failure. It is about embracing failure as part of the process and refusing to be defeated by it. Every setback is a test of your willpower, a challenge to rise higher and push harder. Those who succeed see failure as temporary, a lesson that sharpens their approach and strengthens their resolve. Those who lack persistence see failure as final and retreat into defeat. Success demands a mind that refuses to quit no matter how fierce the storm. Lack of persistence is often born from impatience and a desire for immediate results. Many give up too soon because success rarely comes quickly or easily. The difference between winners and losers is the willingness to endure the grind, to persist through discomfort, uncertainty, and frustration. Instant gratification is the enemy of persistence. The road to achievement is long and filled with challenges that test your endurance. Only the persistent stay the course long enough to reap the rewards. Persistence fuels momentum. Every small effort adds up, creating forward motion that becomes unstoppable over time. When you persist, you build habits of discipline and resilience that make progress inevitable. Without persistence, momentum stalls and the energy to continue fades. The choice to persist or quit determines whether you move forward or fall behind. Momentum created by persistence grows into confidence and competence, two pillars of lasting success. Giving up guarantees defeat because it ends the opportunity to learn, grow, and improve. Persistence keeps you in the game, allowing you to gather experience, refine your strategies, and develop new skills.
When you order Kroger Delivery, proudly serving King Soopers, our refrigerated trucks ensure maximum freshness.
Refine your strategies and develop new skills. Without persistence, you abandon this process prematurely. The greatest achievers often fail more times than others try because they persist where others quit. Their success is the product of relentless effort, not mere talent or luck. Persist failure, discomfort, or the are too great, the path too difficult, and the goal unattainable. But persistence is courage in action. It is the choice to face fear head-on and move forward anyway. Courage and persistence go hand in hand. One cannot exist without the other. To succeed, you must cultivate the mental toughness to persist despite fear and doubt. Persistence also builds character. It shapes you into a person who can withstand adversity and keep moving forward. Each challenge overcome through persistence strengthens your resolve and builds unshakable confidence. Without persistence, you remain fragile in the face of difficulty and vulnerable to giving up. The process of persisting through hardship transforms you into a leader, a problem solver, and a visionary capable of turning dreams into reality. Lack of persistence is often disguised as realism or knowing when to quit. But quitting because the journey is hard is not wisdom. It is defeat masquerading as prudence. Realism requires recognizing when to change tactics, not when to abandon your goals. Persistence means adapting and innovating while never giving up on the end vision. Knowing the difference between quitting and pivoting is essential. True persistence is flexible but never gives up on the mission. Persistence demands daily commitment. It is not a one-time decision but a continuous choice to keep going. Even when motivation fades and obstacles grow, this daily commitment builds the discipline necessary to overcome challenges and stay focused on long-term success. Without this consistent effort, setbacks become insurmountable and goals remain distant dreams. Persistence is a habit, and habits are built through repetition and determination. Surrounding yourself with persistence also matters. Being around people who quit easily or lack motivation can sap your own persistence. Seek out those who embody perseverance and determination. Their energy and mindset will fuel your own persistence. Remember that persistence is contagious, both positively and negatively. Protect your mindset by cultivating a circle that supports relentless effort and resilience. Persistence fuels innovation and creativity. When you refuse to quit, you force yourself to find new solutions, learn from mistakes, and innovate. Those who give up early miss the opportunity to discover breakthrough ideas and strategies. Persistence keeps you in the game long enough to uncover hidden paths to success that are invisible to those who quit. It turns obstacles into stepping stones and failure into feedback. Lack of persistence guarantees defeat because it cuts off the possibility of success prematurely. The line between victory and failure is often drawn by those last moments when quitting feels easiest. The winners are those who push through exhaustion, doubt, and frustration to claim the prize. The difference between a dream realized and a dream abandoned is persistence. Without it, potential remains just potential, unfulfilled and wasted. Success is not an accident, but the result of consistent, persistent effort. It requires waking up each day ready to fight for your vision, regardless of circumstances. Persistence transforms ordinary people into legends. It turns setbacks into comebacks and challenges into triumphs. When you embrace persistence, you declare that failure is not an option, and that defeat is a temporary state on the road to ultimate victory. Persistence is the unwavering refusal to quit despite every reason to give up. It is the daily demonstration of courage, discipline, and faith in your purpose. Without persistence, no amount of talent, education, or opportunity will lead you to success. The greatest achievements are reserved for those who endure, who rise after every fall, and who keep moving forward until the final victory is theirs. Persistence guarantees success. Lack of it guarantees defeat. Failure to take responsibility kills growth. It is the cornerstone of stagnation and the silent assassin of progress. Growth demands ownership. Ownership of your choices, your actions, and your outcomes. Without this fundamental principle, you remain a passive victim of circumstance, drifting through life with no control over your destiny. Success begins with the willingness to stand tall, acknowledge your role in every situation, and accept full responsibility for where you are and where you want to go. Taking responsibility means refusing to blame others, the environment, or bad luck for your failures and setbacks. It means looking honestly at yourself, your decisions, and your behaviors with unwavering clarity. Growth cannot occur in a mindset clouded by excuses or denial. When you fail to accept responsibility, You hand over your power to fate.
This must be the most popular iSmartwatch on the market right now. With it, there's no...
Failure to take responsibility creates a mental prison of victimhood. It traps you in the belief that you are helpless, and that your future is determined by forces beyond your control. This victim mentality is the enemy of growth because it robs you of motivation, initiative, and the drive to improve. When you see yourself as a victim, you wait for rescue or change from outside sources rather than forging your own path. True growth arises only when you break free from this mindset and choose accountability. Responsibility is not about self-blame or guilt. It is about empowerment. It is the foundation on which confidence and competence are built. When you accept responsibility, you acknowledge that you have the ability to influence outcomes and create change. This realization fuels action, creativity, and resilience. Without responsibility, you become reactive and passive. With it, you become proactive and unstoppable. Growth requires this shift from passivity to ownership. Failure to take responsibility blocks learning and self-improvement. Growth demands honest reflection on mistakes and failures. When you avoid responsibility, you avoid facing uncomfortable truths about what needs to change. Without this honest self-assessment, you remain stuck repeating the same errors, unable to develop new skills or strategies. Responsibility opens the door to self-awareness and continuous improvement. It forces you to ask hard questions and seek better answers. Taking responsibility builds trust and respect from others. People are drawn to those who own their acts, and this quality creates strong relationships, opens doors to new opportunities, and positions you as a leader. Conversely, shirking responsibility breeds distrust, damages reputations, and isolates you from support. Growth is a key currency in building it. Responsibility is the fuel for resilience. Life will inevitably throw challenges, failures, and setbacks your way. Those who grow and succeed are not those who avoid hardship, but those who accept responsibility for how they respond. They choose to learn, adapt, and persevere rather than surrender. Failure to take responsibility leads to despair and resignation because it places control outside your hands. Growth demands that you reclaim control through accountability. A refusal to take responsibility often stems from fear, the fear of failure, judgment, or discomfort. This fear causes avoidance and defensiveness, which block growth. Growth requires courage to face your shortcomings and mistakes honestly. It demands the strength to admit when you are wrong, and the humility to seek help or change direction. Without this courage, fear keeps you trapped in stagnation and mediocrity. Responsibility also sharpens decision-making. When you own the consequences of your choices, you become more thoughtful and deliberate. You weigh options carefully and consider long-term impacts because you know you are accountable. This mindset leads to wiser, more effective actions. Without responsibility, decisions are careless or avoided altogether, resulting in wasted time and energy. Growth flourishes in the soil of accountable choices. Taking responsibility fuels motivation. When you realize that your success depends on your efforts, you become driven to act. This internal motivation is far more powerful and sustainable than relying on external circumstances or luck. Motivation anchored in responsibility propels you forward through obstacles and setbacks. Without it, you drift aimlessly, waiting for change that never comes. Growth thrives on the energy of self-driven action. Failure to take responsibility poisons relationships and undermines teamwork. In any group or organization, progress depends on individuals owning their roles and commitments. When people avoid responsibility, blame games start, trust breaks down, and collaboration suffers. Growth requires collective accountability, where each person contributes fully and supports others. Without responsibility, the entire system falters and fails to advance. Responsibility is the key to unlocking your potential. You cannot become who you are meant to be without it. It demands that you look inward and face the truth about your strengths and weaknesses. This brutal honesty is the first step toward transformation. When you accept responsibility, you open the door to personal power, confidence, and the ability to shape your future. Growth is not possible without this fundamental step. Growth requires a mindset shift from blaming the outside world to mastering your inner world. Failure to take responsibility keeps you focused on what you cannot control instead of what you can. Success is reserved for those who take ownership of their lives and refuse to let excuses limit them. They accept that setbacks are part of the journey and use responsibility as a compass to navigate challenges. This mindset creates unstoppable momentum toward greatness. Ultimately, failure to take responsibility kills growth because it surrenders your power to change. It is the ultimate act of giving up on yourself. Growth demands that you rise above excuses, denial, and blame to claim full ownership of your life. When you do this, you transform obstacles into opportunities and failures into stepping stones. Responsibility is not a burden. It is your greatest tool for achieving success and becoming the person you aspire to be. Your future depends on your willingness to take responsibility today. Every success story is built on this foundation of accountability. It is the difference between those who achieve their dreams and those who watch from the sidelines. Refuse to let failure to take responsibility destroy your potential. Stand up, own your choices, and grow into the power you were born to wield. Growth and greatness await those bold enough to take full control of their lives.
It's been a tough year. I really missed you all.
I have an idea.
Coach, I promise I will only think of...
Take full control of their lives. Stagnation and eventual failure. The mind and spirit need challenge, discomfort, and risk to expand. Without pushing beyond familiar limits, you become trapped in a cycle of complacency where dreams fade, progress halts, and opportunities slip away unnoticed. The comfort zone is a prison disguised as refuge. It keeps you anchored to what is easy and familiar, shutting down the drive to explore, innovate, and improve. Growth cannot happen in safety. It happens in struggle and discomfort. When you cling to comfort, you resist change and avoid the very experiences that build strength, resilience, and wisdom. Success demands stepping into the unknown, taking risks, and facing challenges head-on. The comfort zone lowers this truth, quietly killing your chances to rise. Complacency grows within the comfort zone. When you stop challenging yourself, your skills atrophy, your mindset narrows, and your ambition shrinks. The initial comfort feels like relief, but becomes a slow poison that dulls your edge. You begin to accept less, settle for mediocrity, and stop striving for excellence. This mindset is a fatal flaw because the world outside your comfort zone is moving fast, evolving, and demanding more. If you don't grow, you fall behind. Comfort zones breed irrelevance. Comfort zones also stunt creativity and innovation. New ideas and breakthroughs come from experimentation, risk-taking, and confronting uncertainty. Within a comfort zone, fear of failure and criticism keeps your thinking narrow and cautious. You play it safe, recycle old ideas, and avoid the discomfort of learning something new. Innovation requires discomfort because it demands you to step beyond what you know into uncharted territory. Without this willingness, you stagnate while others advance. Fear disguises itself as comfort. The comfort zone promises security, but is often a mask for fear of the unknown, fear of failure, and fear of change. These fears convince you to stay put rather than risk discomfort or rejection. But what you fear most is exactly what you must face to grow. Fear shrinks your world and limits your potential. The courage to break free from comfort is the gateway to greatness. Without courage, you remain trapped in a cycle of missed opportunities and regret. The longer you stay in your comfort zone, the harder it becomes to leave. The mind adapts to familiarity and begins to resist change, creating an invisible chain that holds you back. Every time you choose comfort over challenge, you strengthen this chain and weaken your will to push forward. Success requires breaking these chains daily by embracing discomfort, uncertainty, and hard work. Each small step outside your comfort zone builds mental toughness and expands your capacity for achievement. Comfort zones destroy momentum. Progress requires consistent action that stretches your limits and pushes boundaries. Staying comfortable means avoiding the effort and risk needed for growth, resulting in stagnation. Momentum slows, enthusiasm fades, and progress stalls. The energy to keep moving forward comes from facing challenges and conquering them. Without stepping out of comfort, your drive fades, and with it, the fire that fuels your success. Comfort zones also limit your vision. When you remain in familiar territory, you fail to see the bigger picture and the greater possibilities beyond. Your goals shrink to fit the boundaries of comfort, rather than expanding to match your true potential. This narrow focus blinds you to opportunities that require risk and adaptation. Growth demands an expansive mindset that dares to imagine and pursue what lies beyond the safety of comfort. Breaking free from comfort requires intentional discomfort. Growth is uncomfortable by nature. It demands sacrifice, hard decisions, and persistent effort. You must choose to face discomfort regularly, whether through new challenges, learning unfamiliar skills, or confronting difficult truths. This intentional discomfort rewires your mind, builds resilience, and prepares you for higher levels of success. Without embracing discomfort, you remain trapped in a cycle of safe but unremarkable existence. The comfort zone creates false security. It tricks you into believing that what you have now is enough, and that risk is unnecessary. This illusion of security breeds complacency, making it harder to take the bold actions necessary to achieve extraordinary results. Real security comes from strength, adaptability, and continuous growth, none of which thrive inside comfort. To build true security, you must constantly push yourself beyond safe limits. Comfort zones breed regret. The stories of those who stayed comfortable often end with missed chances, what-ifs, and dreams unfulfilled. Time passes while you remain stuck, watching others who dared to leave their comfort zone claim success and fulfillment. Regret is the price of choosing comfort over growth. The pain of missed opportunities far outweighs the temporary discomfort of change and challenge. Your greatest potential lies outside your comfort zone. Every breakthrough, every milestone, every success story begins with the decision to step beyond familiar borders. This step is not easy. It requires courage, determination, and faith in your own ability to handle uncertainty, but it is necessary. Comfort zones are death traps because they kill potential before it can be realized. Escape them and open the door to a life of growth, power, and achievement. Comfort zones are death traps because they kill ambition, creativity, resilience, momentum, and vision. They replace growth with stagnation, courage with fear, and potential with regret. To succeed, you must refuse to settle for comfort and instead embrace discomfort as the path to greatness. Growth demands discomfort, and only those willing to pay that price achieve the extraordinary. Break free today and watch your life transform. The comfort zone may feel like safety, but it is nothing more than a silent assassin of your potential. True growth, true success, and true fulfillment lie beyond the familiar boundaries that hold you back. Every step you take outside your comfort zone strengthens your courage, sharpens your skills, and expands your vision. The choice is yours. Remain trapped in the death trap of comfort, or embrace the discomfort that leads to greatness. Remember, nothing extraordinary ever comes from playing it safe. Break free, push beyond, and claim the life you were meant to live.
Granddad Dog's garage.
This is Granddad Dog's garage.
There is something about a man who has found his center. He walks into a room, and though he may not say a word, the room begins to respond. Not to his title, not to his appearance, not even to his words, but to the invisible force that surrounds him. That force is his aura, and it is either the most potent asset he carries or the greatest liability he neglects. Your aura is a living declaration of who you are. Not who you say you are, but who you actually are. And when that aura is strong, when it is trained, when it is purified through discipline, conviction, and vision, it becomes too powerful for most people to handle. But do not let that intimidate you. Let it inspire you, because the power of your aura is not to be feared, it is to be refined. It's not to be suppressed for the comfort of others, mastered for the fulfillment of your mission. You must understand. They may compliment your words, they may praise your work, they may be lingers after you've left. And the cultivation is no accident. It is deliberate, it is forged. You build your aura through the private decisions that most never see. You build it in the moments when you want to quit but choose persistence. You build it in the face of criticism when you choose grace. You build it in the silence of study, in the solitude of discipline, in the crucible of purpose. A man's aura is nothing more than the broadcast of character. And character is not born in public, it is built in private. Every day you are radiating. Every interaction, every choice, every silence, every movement is transmitting something. And the question you must ask is this: what am I transmitting? Am I radiating insecurity or certainty? Am I broadcasting fear or faith? Am I leaking doubt or projecting confidence? Because whatever you are radiating, you are attracting.
I passed
You
out
cannot
yesterday.
fake
It's
frequency.
late.
You cannot pretend your way into authenticity. You can speak all the right words, wear all the right clothes, earn all the right accolades, but if your energy is out of alignment, the world will feel it, and more importantly, you will feel it. The most powerful aura is not loud, it is aligned. Not noisy, it is noble. Not arrogant, it is anchored. Anchored in purpose, anchored in truth, anchored in self-mastery. Many men never access this level of presence because they are too busy performing for the world instead of preparing within. They are addicted to the applause of others and starved of internal approval. But when you become a man who no longer needs validation to move, when you can walk in silence with conviction, when you can smile without seeking to be seen, that is when your aura begins to rise. That is when people begin to notice something about you that they cannot name but cannot ignore. You do not need to be loud to be powerful. You need to be clear. Clear on who you are, clear on what you will and will not allow, clear on what your life is here to represent. This clarity eliminates confusion, and confused people are always intimidated by those who are sure. That's why when your aura begins to grow, some will misread you. They will call you arrogant, distant, even cold. But do not allow their projections to distort your direction. You are not too much, You are simply no longer willing to be too little.
I want to give
There
Spark
it
a
is.
try, but I feel it's too expensive.
We hear you. And this holiday, we decided to drop the price.
You are not too much. You are simply no longer willing to be too little. You see, your aura is not meant to be digestible for everyone. It is not meant to be palatable to the average. It is not supposed to make everyone comfortable. In fact, the more refined your aura becomes, the more discomfort it will create in those who are not willing to confront themselves. That is not your burden. That is their opportunity. You are not here to shrink. You are here to shine. But let us be clear. Shining does not mean pretending. It means becoming. It means aligning your actions with your values. It means showing up with the same strength in private that you carry in public. It means honoring your word even when no one is watching. It means saying no when it would be easier to say yes. It means keeping promises to yourself that no one else will ever applaud you for. That kind of consistency builds a force field around you. A vibrational integrity that cannot be faked, cannot be bought, cannot be copied. And that force field, that is what makes your aura magnetic. I heard it said, energy you neither with your purpose. Your energy speaks with clarity. You do not have to announce yourself. You do not have to explain yourself. You simply walk in and people feel something shift. Because your aura is not just the result of who you are, it is the evidence of who you've chosen to become. Most people don't understand that your presence is earned. It is earned through pain transmuted into power, through failure redefined as feedback, through delay embraced as development. Your presence grows every time you remain faithful in the fire, every time you choose vision over validation, every time you remain calm when others panic. And when you have enough of these moments stacked behind your soul, you no longer have to try to impress anyone. You simply are. You are steady. You are grounded. You are radiant. And that radiance cannot be replicated because it was paid for with pressure. It was forged in fire. It was built in the trenches. And that's why it feels so rare, so unshakable, so undeniably real. Do not apologize for that kind of presence. Do not apologize when others don't understand you. Do not apologize when your stillness disturbs their chaos. Do not apologize when your standards convict their complacency. You are not here to manage their comfort. You are here to model what alignment looks like. You are here to be the quiet proof that power is not in performance, but in presence. And if you stay the course, if you continue to refine your mind, protect your energy, and discipline your decisions, you will discover a truth that few ever encounter. Your aura will begin to work for you. It will speak on your behalf. It will attract the right people, the right rooms, the right results. Not because you're hustling harder, but because you're vibrating higher. Not because you're striving, but because you're aligned. This is what it means to walk in the fullness of your presence. To show up with nothing to prove and everything to offer. To carry silence that teaches. To radiate peace that transforms. To be so rooted in purpose that the winds of circumstance no longer shake you. And when you become that man, you will no longer wonder how to attract what you desire, because it will already be following you. Why? Because your aura always leads. It leads before your words. It leads before your work. It leads before your talent, your title, or your timing. It is the sum total of your energy, your integrity, your clarity, your consistency. And when those are in order, the world cannot help but respond. You must never forget that people feel you before they understand you. They feel your certainty before they hear your credentials. They feel your presence before they process your words. That's why I've said over and over again, what you carry inside is more important than what you show outside. Your aura is the signal of your inner world. And if your mind is divided, your energy will be confusing. If your priorities are compromised, your presence will be weak. But if your mind is clear and your spirit is clean, Your aura becomes undeniable. This is why personal power begins with private purification. You cannot lead externally what you have not mastered internally. You cannot command respect if you do not first respect yourself. You cannot expect others to believe in you if you are still negotiating your own worth. And this is why aura, true, unshakable, powerful aura, requires total honesty, brutal self-examination. The courage to remove anything from your life that does not reflect the man you are becoming.
I bought into the hype. My experience for a Mazzato knife was such a nonsense. My friend...
Not reflect the man you are becoming. Because aura is not about impressing people, it's about expressing alignment. It is about radiating the man you've been sculpting in silence. It's not about showing off, it's about showing up fully, consistently.
Napoleon Hill notes. That's the site. Napoleon Hill notes, your aura is too powerful for most people to handle. That's the title.
Because you've done the work.
On YouTube.
You faced the fears, you paid the price, and now you carry the presence. People may not always like it, many will not understand it. But even your critics will respect it because real energy cannot be denied. And what is this presence made of? It is made of standards. The kind of standards that don't waver based on who's watching. The kind of standards that hold up when you're tired, when you're tempted, when you're tested. Standards that are anchored in principle, not popularity. It is made of emotional control. The kind of control that allows you to remain calm in conflict, composed in challenge, and clear in chaos. Not because you suppress emotion, but because you've disciplined it. It is made of confidence, but not the kind that needs to be loud. Not the kind that's afraid of silence. Not the kind that needs to win every argument. No, the quiet kind. The kind that comes from knowing who you are. From knowing why you're here. From knowing what you bring. And more importantly, it is made of vision. Because without vision, your aura has no direction. Without vision, your energy has no target. Without vision, you'll exhaust yourself trying to impress people who are not part of your calling. But when you are guided by vision, every step becomes intentional. Every room you enter is strategic. Every word you speak is laced with purpose. And that purpose, that is what people feel. It's what sets you apart from the average man. The average man walks in hoping to be accepted. The man of purpose walks in ready to serve, ready to elevate, ready to lead. Not because he needs attention, but because he's aligned with his assignment. Let me tell you this, and let it sink deep. You are not for everyone, and that is your power. You are not supposed to be accessible to every environment, every relationship, every circle, every conversation. You are not supposed to be digestible for the average thinker. You are not supposed to be liked by everyone you meet. Because if your aura is truly rooted in purpose, it will naturally challenge people who are still living in fear. And when that happens, you have two choices. You can shrink or you can shine. You can conform or you can continue. You can compromise or you can carry the truth you've been entrusted with. If you truly desire to carry uncommon energy, you must make peace with being misunderstood. You must let go of the need to explain your evolution to those committed to stagnation. You must accept the vibration of people who have never been one unlikable. Stand tall in your frequency. Because for the people watching, it's for the ones learning through your example how to rise. You are a walking invitation for others to raise their standard, to refine their thoughts, to elevate their posture. That is what you carry. And if you hide that light, you rob the world of what only you can radiate. So how do you protect this energy? You protect it through discipline. Discipline over your mouth, over your calendar, over your emotions, over your thoughts, You cannot afford to think like the crowd and expect to lead it. You cannot afford to speak like the crowd and expect to influence it. You must become so intentional that every habit, every relationship, every conversation reflects the man you've decided to become. You protect it through solitude, time spent away from noise, away from opinions, away from influence. Solitude is where you sharpen your edge, where you align with your values, where you remind yourself that everything you need is already within. It's where your aura gets recalibrated. You protect it through boundaries, not as punishment, but as protection. Because not every request deserves your response. Not every opportunity aligns with your assignment. Not every open door is meant to be walked through. The man of aura does not go where he is simply invited, he goes where he is aligned. And most of all, you protect it through purpose. When your eyes are fixed on a purpose greater than yourself, you no longer waste energy on petty things. You stop explaining. You stop reacting. You stop being dragged into nonsense. You rise, and every time you rise, your aura strengthens. It becomes less about impressing people and more about impacting the world. I've told you before, people do not follow noise, they follow clarity, they follow congruence. They follow someone whose life reflects their values, whose words match their walk, whose stillness reveals strength. That is you. You are becoming that man. You are not here to blend in. You are not here to mimic. You are not here to perform. You are here to embody power, quiet power, real power, purposeful power. So walk like it, speak like it, stand like it, think like it, and the right people will rise with you. The right doors will open before you. The right results will chase you down.
Watch what milk does to your brain. Take a look at these two brain scans. They both look young, strong, and
will open before you. The right results will chase you down. Not because of what you do, but because of who you've become. This is the secret of the aura. It is not built through striving, it is built through becoming. And when you become the man you were born to be, your energy will speak for you. It will lead before you arrive. It will protect when you are silent. It will attract what you no longer need to chase. Because your aura will now be operating as an agent of destiny. And destiny always responds to alignment. There will come a day, if it hasn't already, when you realize that the way people treat you has less to do with your appearance, your accolades, or your words, and everything to do with the energy you carry. You will notice that respect enters the room with you, not because you demanded it, but because you have become it. You will sense that people look to you, not out of fear, not out of fanfare, but because something about you says, here is a man who knows who he is. And that knowing, that conviction, that inner foundation is the substance of your aura. It is the invisible infrastructure of power that surrounds you. And it cannot be inherited, it cannot be bought. It must be built. You build it with patience, not once but daily. You build it by showing up when it's inconvenient, by staying silent when it's tempting to speak, by forgiving when it would be easier to fight, by holding your standard when no one else can see why it matters. Every one of these choices adds a layer to your character. And character is the essence of presence. The world is filled with men who talk, but the world is transformed by men who carry. Men who carry peace when the room is restless. Men who carry vision when others are blind. Men who carry the light when the atmosphere is heavy. This is what your aura was made for, not to decorate, but to deliver. Not to impress, but to inspire. Not to perform, but to project a frequency of wholeness. People will forget what you say, they will forget what you do, but they will not forget how you made them feel. And when your aura is authentic, when it is forged in discipline and truth, it will leave a mark on every soul it touches. But let me give you this warning. The stronger your presence becomes, the more your absence will be felt. The more others will crave your energy, even if they don't understand why. And if you're not careful, you will begin to pour from your essence into vessels that were never meant to carry you. You will begin to leak energy trying to heal people who refuse to grow. You will find yourself tired, not because your purpose is too heavy, but because your boundaries are too weak. So hear me now. You must protect your presence, not with ego, not with arrogance, but with sacred discipline. You must become unavailable to anything that threatens your clarity, to anyone who cannot honor your peace, to any habit, any distraction, any compromise that would diminish your power. Because once your aura is clean, it will attract everything it was designed to carry and repel everything it was never meant to entertain. And in that clarity, you will no longer chase. You will no longer explain. You will no longer hustle to be seen. You will simply radiate. You will walk through life knowing that you are tuned to a frequency few understand, but many need. Let me remind you, your aura is not meant for popularity. It is meant for purpose. And that purpose is not always comfortable. Sometimes it will isolate you. Sometimes it will make others uncomfortable. Sometimes it will cost you relationships, opportunities, and praise. But it will never cost you your soul. And that is the true measure of success. Not the noise you make, but the peace you keep. Not the fame you gather, but the impact you leave. Not the image you project, but the man you become when no one is watching. You do not become this man by accident. You become him by devotion. Devotion to the invisible work. Devotion to your highest self. Devotion to principles that will not bend under pressure. Devotion to a mission bigger than your comfort. This devotion is your edge. It is what makes you uncommon. And uncommon men do not live on common frequencies. They do not give their attention to gossip. They do not surrender their time to the trivial. They do not argue with those committed to misunderstanding. They know who they are, they know where they're going, and they know that the path to legacy is walked in quiet mastery. You are not a man of reaction. You are a man of rhythm. You are not a man of chaos. You are a man of control. You are not a man of noise. You are a man of knowing. And this knowing, that calm, that confidence, that clarity, that is your weapon. Not to fight others, but to conquer yourself. Because the greatest victory you will ever win is not over men, but over your own mind. When you can walk into a room full of conflict and stay composed, you are powerful. When you can hold your tongue in the face of insult, you are in control. When you can choose solitude over approval, you are leading. When you can serve without needing to be seen, you are walking in purpose.
This next package can record all your conversations with a single click of a button, which is why it goes everywhere with me now. At the size of about a damn credit card only, it's made of metal, feels really premium like an actual tool, as it essentially records the conversations happening around you, then transcribes it, so never forget what was said. And the kicker, using ChatGPT, it summarizes everything, so you can pretend like you were actually listening. I know you already have a recording app on your phone, but that takes up storage space, eats up your phone's battery, and recordings can easily be interrupted by notifications too. So the convenience alone.
Without needing to be seen, you are walking in purpose. A man who leads not just with hands but with presence. A man who does not need to prove his strength because it radiates from every find you. You will not need to chase them. They will recognize you, not by what you say, not by your achievements, but by the peace they feel around you, the safety, the certainty. The way your energy calms storms instead of creating them. This is the reward of the quiet work. This is the payoff for doing what others avoid. This is the legacy of the unshakable man. And legacy, my friend, is not something you leave, it is something you carry. You carry it in your walk, in your tone, in your silence, in your standards, in your ability to remain unmoved while others seek shelter. Because when you carry your aura with integrity, the world adjusts itself around you. You no longer bend to pressure. You no longer break from resistance. You stand. And
hey,
standing,
good morning, Mr. Chesterfield.
you
How
shine.
you doing today?
And shining, you
First
lead.
day of vacation, baby.
And
What
leading,
you gonna do?
you change the atmosphere. Not through manipulation, but through magnetism. Not through domination, but through presence. Not through performance, but through essence. This is the secret the world does not teach, but I'm here to remind you. You do not need to become more. You need to become clear. Clear in your values. Clear in your vision. Clear in your voice. Clear in your energy. Because clarity is power. And when your aura reflects that clarity, you become unstoppable. So carry it. Carry your truth. Carry your light. Carry your discipline. Carry your peace. And know that those who cannot handle it were never meant to hold it. But those who can, they will rise because of it. Because your aura, when pure, when powerful, when protected, becomes a mirror for us to find their strength. And that, my friend, is your greatest contribution. Be that mirror. Be that presence. Be that frequency. And let your life speak louder than your voice ever could. Because the world is listening not to your noise, but to your energy. And your energy, it is too powerful to be ignored. Let it speak. Let it lead. Let it change everything.
Here's how you can end any fight in seconds with this nearly indefensible move that I'm going to show you right now. Picture this.
I'd like to tell you about the strangest secret in the world. Not long ago, Albert Schweitzer, the great doctor and Nobel Prize winner, was being interviewed in London, and a reporter asked him, "Doctor, what's wrong with men today?" The great doctor was silent a moment, and then he said, "Men simply don't think." And it's about this that I want to talk with you. We live today in a golden age. This is an era that man has looked forward, dreamed of, and worked toward for thousands of years. But since it's here, we pretty well take it for granted. We in America are particularly fortunate to live in the richest land that ever existed on the face of the earth. A land of abundant opportunity for everyone. But do you know what happens? Let's take 100 men who start even at the age of 25. Do you have any idea what will happen to those men by the time they're 65? These 100 men who all start even at the age of 25 believe they're going to be successful. If you asked any one of these men if he wanted to be a success, he'd tell you that he did. And you'd notice that he was eager toward life, that there was a certain sparkle to his eye, an erectness to his carriage, and life seemed like a pretty interesting adventure to him. But by the time they're 65, 1 will be rich, 4 will be financially independent, 5 will still be working, 54 will be broke. Now think a moment. Out of the 100, only 5 make the grade. Why do so many fail? What has happened to the sparkle that was there when they were 25? What's become of the dreams, the hopes, the plans? And why is there such a large disparity between what these men intended to do and what they actually accomplished? When we say about 5% achieve success, we have to define success. And here's the definition. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. If a man is working toward a predetermined goal and knows where he's going, that man is a success. If he's not doing that, he's a failure. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. Rollo May, the distinguished psychiatrist, wrote a wonderful book called Man's Search for Himself. And in this book he says, the opposite of courage in our society is not cowardice, it is conformity. And there you have the trouble today. It's conformity. People acting like everyone else, without knowing why, without knowing where they're going. Now think of it. In America right now, there are over 14 million people 65 years of age and over. And about 13 million of these 14 million are broke. They're dependent on someone else for life's necessities. Now, we learn to read by the time we're 7. We learn to make a living by the time we're 25. Usually, by that time, we're not only making a living, we're supporting a family. And yet, by the time we're 65, we haven't learned how to become financially independent in the richest land that has ever been known. Why? We conform. And the trouble is that we're acting like the wrong percentage group, the 95% who don't succeed. Now, why do these people conform? Well, they don't know, really. These people believe that their lives are shaped by circumstances, by things that happen to them, by exterior forces. They're outer-directed people. A survey was made one time that covered a lot of men, working men, and these men were asked this question: why do you work? Why do you get up in the morning? 19 out of 20 had no idea. If you ask them, they'll say, everyone goes to work in the morning. And that's the reason they do it, because everyone else is doing it. Now let's get back to our definition of success. Who succeeds? The only man who succeeds is the man who is progressively realizing a worthy ideal. He's the man who says, I'm going to become this, and then begins to work toward that goal. I'll tell you who the successful people are. A success is the school teacher who's teaching school because that's what she wanted to do. The success is the woman who's a wife and mother because she wanted to become a wife and mother and is doing a good job of it. The success is the man who runs the corner gas station because that's what he wanted to do. The success is the successful salesman who wants to become a top-notch salesman and grow and build with his organization. A success is anyone who is doing deliberately a predetermined job because that's what he decided to do deliberately. But only 1 out of 20 does that. That's why today there isn't really any competition unless we make it for ourselves. Instead of competing, all we have to do is create. Now, for 20 years, I looked for the key which would determine what would happen to a human being. Was there a Was there a key that would guarantee a person's being if he only knew about it and knew how to use it? Well, there is such a key, and I've found it.
Did you know you can decalcify your pineal gland using only your left hand? Scientists at Stanford research it.
I found it. Have you ever wondered why so many men work so hard and honestly without ever achieving anything in particular, and others don't seem to work hard and yet seem to get everything? They have the magic touch. You've heard them say that about someone. Everything he touches turns to gold. And have you ever noticed that a man who becomes successful tends to continue to become successful? And on the other hand, have you noticed how a man who is a failure tends to continue to fail? It's because of goals. Some of us have them, some don't. People with goals succeed because they know where they're going. Now think of a ship leaving a harbor, and think of it with the complete voyage mapped out and planned. The captain and crew know exactly where it's going and how long it will take. It has a definite goal. 9,999 times out of 10,000, it will get to where it started out to get. Now let's take another ship, just like the first, only let's not put a crew on it, or a captain at the helm. Let's give it no aiming point, no goal, no destination. We just start the engines and let it go. I think you'll agree with me that if it gets out of the harbor at all, it will either sink or wind up on some deserted beach, a derelict. It can't go anyplace because it has no destination and no guidance. It's the same with a human being. Take the salesman, for example. There is no other person in the world today with the future of a good salesman. Selling is the world's highest paid profession, if we're good at it, and if we know where we're going. Every company needs top-notch salesmen, and they reward those men. The sky is the limit for them. But how many can you find? Someone once said, the human race is fixed, not to prevent the strong from winning, but to prevent the weak from losing. The American economy today can be likened to a convoy in time of war. The entire economy is slowed down to protect its weakest link, just as the convoy had to go at the speed that would permit its slowest vessel to remain in formation. That's why it's so easy to make a living today. It takes no particular brains or talent to make a living and support a family today. So we have a plateau of so-called security, if that's what a person's looking for. But we do have to decide how high above this plateau we want to aim for. Now let's get back to the strangest secret in the world, the story that I wanted to tell you today. Why do men with goals succeed in life, and men without them fail? Well, let me tell you something which, if you really understand it, will alter your life immediately. If you understand completely what I'm going to tell you from this moment on, your life will never be the same again. You'll suddenly find that good luck just seems to be attracted to you. The things you want just seem to fall in line. And from now on, you won't have the problems, the worries, the gnawing lump of anxiety that perhaps you've experienced before. Doubt, fear, well, they'll be things of the past. Here's the key to success, to failure. We become what we think about. Now let me say that again. We become what we think about. Throughout all history, the great wise men and teachers, philosophers and prophets have disagreed with one another on many different things. It is only on this one point that they are in complete and unanimous agreement. Listen to what Marcus Aurelius, the great Roman emperor, said. He said, "A man's life is what his thoughts make of it." Disraeli said this, "Everything comes if a man will only wait. I have brought myself by long meditation to the conviction that a human being with a settled purpose must accomplish it, and that nothing can resist a will that will stake even existence for its fulfillment." Ralph Waldo Emerson said this, "A man is what he thinks about all day long." William James said, "The greatest discovery of my generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind." And he also said, "We need only in cold blood act as if the thing in question were real, and it will become infallibly real by growing into such a connection with our life that it will become real. It will become so knit with habit and emotion that our interest in it will be those which characterize belief." He also said this, "If you only care enough for a result, you will almost certainly attain it. If you wish to be rich, you will be rich. If you wish to be learned, you will be learned. If you wish to be good, you will be good. Only you must then really wish these things, and wish them exclusively, and not wish at the same time 100 other incompatible things just as strongly." In the Bible you read, in Mark 9:23, "If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth." Dr. Norman Vincent Peale said this, "This is one of the greatest laws in the universe. Fervently do I wish I had discovered it as a very young man. It dawned upon me much later in life, and I found it to be one of the greatest, if not my greatest discovery, outside of my relationship to God. And the great law, briefly and simply stated, is that if you think in negative terms, you'll get negative results. If you think in positive terms, you will achieve positive results. That is the simple fact, which is at the basis of an astonishing law of prosperity and success. In 3 words, believe and succeed." William Shakespeare put it this way, "Our doubts are traitors, and make us lose the good we oft might win, by fearing to attempt." George Bernard Shaw said, "People are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. The people who get on in this world are the people who get up and look for the circumstances they want, and if they can't find them, make them." Well, it's pretty apparent, isn't it?
If you feel like your brain craves pleasure from lust just as much as it craves being a man of integrity, it's probably no coincidence that God put this in front of you right now. What I did in the incognito tab made me feel like a hypocrite and a fraud as a husband, as a father, as a business owner, and a leader inside of our church. I felt trapped in this cycle of resisting temptation and then failing, resisting and failing over and over again. And the only thing that helped me break out of that cycle was a truth that I'm actually going to show you in scripture that helped me realize
it's pretty apparent, isn't it? And every person who discovered this for a while believed that he was the first one to work it out. We become what we think about. Now it stands to reason that a person who's thinking about a concrete and worthwhile goal is going to reach it, because that's what he's thinking about. And we become what we think about. Conversely, the man who has no goal, who doesn't know where he's going, and whose thoughts must therefore be thoughts of confusion and anxiety and fear and worry, becomes what he thinks about. His life becomes one of frustration, fear, anxiety, and worry. And if he thinks about nothing, he becomes nothing. Now, how does it work? Why do we become what we think about? Well, I'll tell you how it works as far as we know. Now, to do this, I want to tell you about a situation that parallels the human mind. Suppose a farmer has some land, and it's good, fertile land. Now, the land gives the farmer a choice. He may plant in that land whatever he chooses. The land doesn't care. It's up to the farmer to make the decision. Now, remember, we're comparing the human mind with the land. Because the mind, like the land, doesn't care what you plant in it. It will return what you plant, but it doesn't
What's up,
care
G? Good
what you
morning.
plant. Now let's say that the farmer has 2 seeds in his hand. One is a seed of corn, the other is nightshade, a deadly poison. He digs 2 little holes in the earth and he plants both seeds, one corn, the other nightshade. He covers up the holes, waters, and takes care of the land, and what will happen? Invariably, the land will return what is planted. As it's written in the Bible, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. Remember, the land doesn't care. It will return poison in just as wonderful abundance as it will corn. So up come the 2 plants, one corn, one poison. Now the human mind is far more fertile, far more incredible and mysterious than the land, but it works the same way. It doesn't care what we plant. Success, failure. A concrete worthwhile goal, or confusion, misunderstanding, fear, anxiety, and so on. But what we plant, it will return to us. You see, the human mind is the last great unexplored continent on the earth. It contains riches beyond our wildest dreams. It will return anything we want to plant. Now you might say, well, if that's true, why don't people use their minds more? Well, I think they've figured out an answer to that too. Our mind comes as standard equipment at birth. It's free, and things that are given to us for nothing we place little value on. Things that we pay money for, we value. The paradox is that exactly the reverse is true. Everything that's really worthwhile in life came to us free. Our mind, our soul, our body, our hopes, our dreams, our ambitions, our intelligence, our love of family and children and friends. All these priceless possessions are free, but the things that cost us money are actually very cheap and can be replaced at any time. A good man can be completely wiped out and make another fortune. He can do that several times. Even if it burns down, we can rebuild it, but the things we got for nothing, we can never replace. The human mind isn't used merely because we take it for granted. Familiarity breeds contempt. It can do any kind of job we assign it, but generally speaking, we use it for little jobs instead of big important ones. Universities have proved that most of us are operating on about 10% of our abilities. Decide now, what is it you want? Plant your goal in your mind. It's the most important decision you ever make in your entire life. You want to be an outstanding salesman, a better worker at your particular job? Do you want to go places in your company, in your community? All you've got to do is plant that seed in your mind. Care for it. Work steadily toward your goal, and it will become a reality. It not only will, there's no way that it cannot. You see, that is a law, like the laws of Sir Isaac Newton, the laws of gravity. If you get on top of a building and jump off, you'll always go down. You'll never go up. And it's the same with all the other laws of nature. They always work. They're inflexible. Think about your goal in a relaxed, positive way. Picture yourself in your mind's eye as having already achieved this goal. See yourself doing the things you will be doing when you've reached your goal. Ours has been called the phenobarbital age, the age of ulcers and nervous breakdown. At a time when medical research has raised us to a new plateau of good health and longevity, far too many of us worry ourselves into an early grave trying to cope with things in our own little personal ways, without learning a few great laws that will take care of everything for us. These things we bring on ourselves through our habitual way of thinking. Every one of us is the sum total of his own thoughts. He is where he is because that is exactly where he really wants to be, whether he'll admit that or not. Each of us must live off the fruit of his thoughts in the future, because what you think today and tomorrow, next month and next year, will mold your life and determine your future. You're guided by your mind. I remember one time I was driving through Arizona and I saw one of those giant earth-moving machines roaring along the road at about 35 miles an hour with what looked like 20 tons of dirt in it. A tremendous, incredible machine. And there was a little man perched way up on top with the wheel in his hands guiding it. And as I drove along, I was struck by the similarity of that machine to the human mind. Just suppose you're sitting at the controls of such a vast source of energy. Are you going to sit back and fold your arms and let it run itself into a ditch? Or are you going to keep both hands firmly on the wheel and control and direct this power to a specific, worthwhile purpose? It's up to you. You're in the driver's seat. You see, the very law that gives us success is a two-edged. The same rule that can lead a man to a life of success, wealth, happiness, and all the things he's ever dreamed of for himself and his family, that very same law can lead him into the gutter. It's all in how he uses it, for good or for bad. This is the strangest secret in the world. Now, why do I say it's strange, and why do I call it a secret? Actually, it isn't a secret at all. It was first promulgated by some of the earliest wise men, and it appears again and again throughout the Bible. But very few people have learned it, understand it. That's why it's strange, and why, for some equally strange reason, it virtually remains a secret. I believe that you could go out and walk down the main street of your town and ask one man after another what the secret of success is, and you probably wouldn't run into one man in a month who could tell you. Now, this information is enormously valuable to us if we really understand it and apply it. It's valuable to us not only for our own lives, but the lives of those around us, our family, employees, associates, and friends. Life should be an exciting adventure. It should never be a bore. A man should live fully, be alive. He should be glad to get out of bed in the morning. He should be doing a job he likes to do because he does it well. One time I heard Grove Patterson make a speech, the editor-in-chief of the Toledo Daily Blade. And as he concluded his speech, he said something that I've never forgotten. He said something like this: "My years in the newspaper business have convinced me of several things. Among them, that people are basically good, and that we came from someplace, and we're going someplace. So we should make our time here an exciting adventure. The architect of the universe didn't build a stairway leading nowhere. And the greatest teacher of all, the carpenter from the plains of Galilee, gave us the secret time and time again. As ye believe, so shall it be done unto you."
If you want to gain emotional freedom, master your body. A question I'll often...
As ye believe, so shall it be done unto you. I've explained the strangest secret in the world and how it works. Now I want to explain how you can prove to yourself the enormous returns possible in your own life by putting this secret to a practical test. I want you to make a test that will last 30 days. Now, it isn't going to be easy. If you'll give it a good try, it will completely change your life for the better. Back in the 17th century, Sir Isaac Newton, the English mathematician and natural philosopher, gave us some natural laws of physics which apply as much to human beings as they do to the movement of bodies in the universe. Now, one of these laws is that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Simply stated, as it applies to you and me, it means we can achieve nothing without paying the price. The results of your 30-day experiment will be in direct proportion to the effort you put forth. To be a doctor, you must pay the price of long years of difficult study. To be successful in selling, and remember that each of us succeeds to the extent of his ability to sell. Selling our families on our ideas, selling education in schools, selling our children on the advantages of living a good and honest life, selling our associates and employees on the importance of being exceptional people, to, of course, the profession of selling itself. But to be successful in selling our way to the good life, we must be willing to pay the price. Now, what is that price? Well, it's many things. First, it's understanding emotionally, as well as intellectually, that we literally become what we think about. That we must control our thoughts if we're to control our lives. It's understanding fully that, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. Secondly, it's cutting away all the fetters from the mind and permitting it to soar as it was divinely designed to do. It's the realization that your limitations are self-imposed, and that the opportunities for you today are enormous beyond belief. It's rising above narrow-minded pettiness and prejudice. Thirdly, to use all your courage to force yourself to think positively on your own problem, to set a definite and clearly defined goal for yourself, to let your marvelous mind think about your goal from all possible angles, to let your imagination speculate freely upon many different possible solutions, to refuse to believe there are any circumstances sufficiently strong to defeat you in the accomplishment of your purpose, to act promptly and decisively when your course is clear, and to keep constantly aware of the fact that you are, at this moment, standing in the middle of your own acre of diamonds, as Russell Conwell used to point out. Fourth, save at least 10% of what you earn. It's also remembering that no matter what your present job, it has enormous possibilities if you're willing to pay the price. Now let's just go over the important points in the price each of us must pay to achieve the wonderful life that can be ours. It is, of course, worth any price. 1, you will become what you think about. 2, remember the word imagination. Let your mind soar. 3, courage. Concentrate on your goal every day. 4, save 10% of what you earn. And action. Ideas are worthless unless we act on them. Now I'll try to outline the 30-day test I want you to make. Now keep in mind that you have nothing to lose by making this test, and everything you could possibly want to gain. There are 2 things that may be said of everyone. Each of us wants something, and each of us is afraid of something. I want you to write on a card what it is you want more than anything else.
We're headed to Massachusetts,
more money.
but we're going to stop
Perhaps
for
you
the
might
weekend.
double your income, make a specific amount of money. It may be a beautiful home. It may be success at your job. It may be a particular position in life. It could be a more harmonious family. Each of us wants something. Write down specifically what it is. Sure, it's a single goal and clearly defined. You needn't show it to anyone, but carry it with you so that you can look at it several times a day. Think about it in a cheerful, relaxed, positive way each morning when you get up, and immediately you have something to work for, something to get out of bed for, something to live for. Look at it every chance you get during the day and just before going to bed at night. As you look at it, remember that you must become what you think about. And since you're thinking about your goal, you realize that soon it will be yours. In fact, it's yours really the moment you write it down and begin to think about it. Look at the abundance all around you as you go about your daily business. You have as much right to this abundance as any other living creature. It's yours for the asking. Now we come to the difficult part. Difficult because it means the formation of what is probably a brand new habit. And new habits are not easily formed. Once formed, however, it'll follow you for the rest of your life. Stop thinking about what it is you fear. Each time a fearful or negative thought comes into your consciousness, replace it with a mental picture of your positive and worthwhile goal. There will come times when you will feel like giving up. It's easier for a human being to think negatively than positively. That's why only 5% is successful. You must begin now to place yourself in that group. For 30 days, you must take control of your mind. It will think only about what you permit it to think. Each day for this 30-day test, do more than you have to do. In addition to maintaining a cheerful, positive outlook, give of yourself more than you've ever done before. Do this knowing that your returns in life must be in direct proportion to what you give. The moment you decide on a goal to work toward, you're immediately a successful person. You're then in that rare and successful category of people who know where they're going. Out of every 100 people, you belong to the top 5. Don't concern yourself too much with how you're going to achieve your goal. Leave that completely to a power greater than yourself. All you have to do is know where you're going. The answers will come to you of their own accord. Remember these words from the Sermon on the Mount, and remember them well. Keep them constantly before you this month of your test. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. It's as marvelous and as simple as that. In fact, it's so simple that in our seemingly complicated world it's difficult for an adult to understand that all he needs is a purpose and faith. For 30 days, do your best. If you're a salesman, go at it as you've never done before, not in hectic fashion, but with the calm, cheerful assurance that time well spent will give you the abundance in return you deserve and want. No matter what your job, do it as you've never done it before for 30 days. And if you've kept your goal before you every day, you'll wonder and marvel at this new life you've found. Dorothea Brand, outstanding editor and writer, discovered it for herself and tells about it in her fine book, Wake Up and Live. Her entire philosophy is reduced to the words, act as though it were impossible to fail.
This AI tool will create a stunning ebook direct from your content with this Microsoft Word document.
Act as though it were impossible to fail. She made her own test with sincerity and faith, and her entire life was changed to one of overwhelming success. Now you make your test for 30 full days. Don't start your test until you've made up your mind to stick with it. You see, by being persistent, you're demonstrating faith. Persistence is simply another word for faith.
Morning, Randy.
If you didn't have faith, you would never persist.
How's Oklahoma this morning?
If you should fail during your first 30 days, by that I mean suddenly find yourself overwhelmed by negative thoughts, you've got to start over again from that point and go 30 more days. Gradually your new habit will form until you find yourself one of that wonderful minority to whom virtually nothing is impossible. Don't forget the card. It's vitally important as you begin this new way of living. On one side of the card, write your goal, whatever it may be. On the other side, write the words we've quoted from the Sermon on the Mount. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Nothing great was ever accomplished without inspiration. See that during these crucial first 30 days, your own inspiration is kept at a peak. Above all, don't worry. Worry brings fear, and fear is crippling. The only thing that can cause you to worry during your test is trying to do it all yourself. Know that all you have to do is hold your goal before you. Everything else will take care of itself. Remember also to keep calm and cheerful. Don't let petty things annoy you, get you off course. Now, since making this test is difficult, some may say, well, why should I bother? Well, look at the alternative. No one wants to be a failure. No one really wants to be a mediocre individual. No one wants a life constantly filled with worry, fear, and frustration. Therefore, remember that you must reap that which you sow. If you sow negative thoughts, your life will be filled with negative things. If you sow positive thoughts, your life will be cheerful, successful, and positive. Now, gradually, you will have a tendency to forget what you've heard on this record. Play it often. Keep reminding yourself of what you must do to form this new habit. Gather your whole family about and listen to what's been said here at regular intervals. You know, most men will tell you that they want to make money without understanding the law. The only people who make money work in the mint. The rest of us must earn money. This is what causes those who keep looking for something for nothing or a free ride to fail in life. The only way to earn money is by providing people with services or products which are needed and useful. We exchange our product or service for the other man's money. Therefore, the law is that our financial return will be in direct proportion to our service. Success is not the result of making money. Making money is the result of success. And success is in direct proportion to our service. Most people have this law backwards. They believe that you're successful if you earn a lot of money. The truth is that you can only earn money after you're successful. It's like the story of the man who sat in front of the stove and said to it, "Give me heat, and then I'll add the wood." How many men and women do you know, or do you suppose there are today, who take the same attitude toward life? There are millions. We've got to put the fuel in before we can expect heat. Likewise, we've got to be of service first before we can expect money. Don't concern yourself with the money. Be of service. Build, work, dream, create. Do this, and you'll find there's no limit to the prosperity and abundance that will come to. Prosperity is founded upon a law of mutual exchange. Any person who contributes to prosperity must prosper in turn himself. Sometimes the return will not come from those you serve, but it must come to you from someplace, for that is the law. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. As you go daily through your 30-day test period, remember that your success will always be measured by the quality and quantity of service you render, and money is a yardstick for measuring this service. No man can get rich himself unless he enriches others. There are no exceptions to a law. You can drive down any street in America and from your car estimate the service that's being rendered by the people living on that street. Had you ever thought of this yardstick before? It's interesting. Some, like ministers, priests, and other devoted people, measure their returns in the realm of the spiritual, but again, their returns are equal to their service. Once this law is fully understood, any thinking person can tell his own fortune. If he wants more, he must be of more service to those from whom he receives his return. If he wants less, he has only to reduce this service. This is the price you must pay for what you want.
I'm here in Marissa Tomei's kitchen. You look amazing, by the way.
Thank you. 59, construct.
If you believe you can enrich yourself by deluding others, you can only end by deluding yourself. It may take some time, but just as surely as you breathe, you'll get back what you put out. Don't ever make the mistake of thinking you can avert this. It's impossible. The prisons and the streets where the lonely walk are filled with people who tried to make new laws just for themselves. We may avoid the laws of man, but there are greater laws that cannot be broken. An outstanding medical doctor recently pointed out 6 steps that will help you realize success. 1. Set yourself a definite goal. 2. Quit running yourself down. 3. Stop thinking of all the reasons why you cannot be successful, and instead think of all the reasons why you can. 4. Trace your attitudes back through your childhood and try to discover where you first got the idea you couldn't be a success, if that's the way you've been thinking. 5. Change the image you have of yourself by writing out a description of the person you would like to be. And 6. Act the part of the successful person you have decided to become. The doctor who wrote those words is a noted West Coast psychiatrist, David Harold Fink, MD. Do what we have told you you must do. Pay the price by becoming the person you want to become. It's not nearly as difficult as living unsuccessfully. Make your 30-day test. Then repeat it. Then repeat it again. Each time it will become more a part of you until you'll wonder how you could ever have lived any other way. Live this new way, and the floodgates of abundance will open and pour over you more riches than you may have dreamed existed. Money? Yes, lots of it. But what's more important, you'll have peace. You'll be in that wonderful minority who lead calm, cheerful, successful lives. Start today. You have nothing to lose, but you have a life to win.
Whereby shalt thou acquire confidence in thyself to achieve thy carefully considered desires. These, then, are the 7 cures for a lean purse, which, out of the experience of a long and successful life, I do urge for all men who desire wealth. There is more gold in Babylon, my students, than thou dreamest of. There is abundance for all. Go thou forth and practice these truths, that thou mayest prosper and grow wealthy, as is thy right. Go thou forth and teach these truths, that every honorable subject of his majesty may also share liberally in the ample wealth of our beloved city. Chapter 4. Meet the Goddess of Good Luck. Babylonian proverb. If a man be lucky, there is no foretelling the possible extent of his good fortune. Pitch him into the Euphrates, and, like as not, he will swim out with a pearl in his hand. The desire to be lucky is universal. It was just as strong in the breasts of men 4,000 years ago in ancient Babylon as it is in the hearts of men today. We all hope to be favored by the whimsical goddess of good luck. Is there some way we can meet her and attract not only her favorable attention, but her generous favors? Is there a way to attract good luck? That is just what the men of ancient Babylon wished to know. It is exactly what they decided to find out. They were shrewd men and keen thinkers. That explains why their city became the richest of their time. In that distant past, they had no schools or colleges. Nevertheless, they had a center of learning, and a very practical one it was. Among the tower buildings in Babylon was one that ranked in importance with the palace of the king, the hanging gardens, and the temples of the gods. You will find scant mention of it in the history books, more likely no mention at all, yet it exerted a powerful influence upon the thought of that time. This building was the temple of learning, where the wisdom of the past was expounded by voluntary teachers, and where subjects of common interest were discussed in open forums. Within its walls, all men met as equals. The humblest of slaves could dispute with impunity the opinions of a prince of the royal house. Among the many who frequented the Temple of Learning was a wise rich man named Arcad, called the richest man in Babylon. He had his own special hall where almost any evening a large group of men, some old, some very young, but mostly middle-aged, gathered to discuss and argue interesting subjects. Suppose we listen in to see whether they knew how to attract good luck. The sun had just set like a great red ball of fire shining through the haze of desert dust when Arcad strolled to his accustomed platform. Already full 80 men were awaiting his arrival, reclining on their small rugs spread up on the floor. More were still arriving. "What shall we discuss this night?" Arcad inquired. After a brief hesitation, a tall cloth weaver addressed him, arising as was the custom. "I have a subject I would like to hear discussed, yet hesitate to offer, lest it seem ridiculous to you, Arcad, and my good friends here." Upon being urged to offer it, both by Arcad and by calls from the others, he continued, "This day I have been lucky, for I have found a purse in which there are pieces of gold. To continue to be lucky is my great desire. Feeling that all men share with me this desire, I do suggest we debate how to attract good luck, that we may discover ways it can be enticed to one. A most interesting subject, as most worthy of our may befall one without Others do believe that the instigator of all good fortune is our most beauteous goddess Ashtar, ever anxious to reward with generous gifts those who please her. Speak up, my friends. What say you? Shall we seek to find if there be means by which good luck may be enticed to visit each and all of us? Yea, and much of it, responded the growing group of eager listeners. Thereupon Arcad continued. To start our discussion, let us first hear from those among us who have enjoyed experiences similar to that of the cloth weaver in finding or receiving, without effort upon their part, valuable treasures or jewels. There was a pause in which all looked about, expecting someone to reply, but no one did. What? No one? Arcad asked. Then rare indeed must be this kind of good luck. Who now will offer a suggestion as to where we shall continue our search? That I will do, spoke a well-robed young man, arising. When a man speaketh of luck, is it not natural that his thoughts turn to the gaming tables? Is it not there we find many men courting the favor of the goddess in hope she will bless them with rich winnings? As he resumed his seat, a voice called, Do not stop! Continue thy story. Tell us, didst thou find favor with the goddess at the gaming tables? Did she turn the cubes with red side up so thou filled thy purse at the dealer's expense? Or did she permit the blue sides to come up so the dealer raked in thy hard-earned pieces of silver? The young man joined the good-natured laughter, then replied, I am not averse to admitting she seemed not to know I was even there. But how about the rest of you? Have you found her waiting about such places to roll the cubes in your favor? We are eager to hear, as well as to learn. A wise start, broke in Arcad. We meet here to consider all sides of each question. To ignore the gaming table would be to overlook an instinct common to most men. The love of taking a chance with a small amount of silver in the hope of winning much gold. That doth remind me of the races but yesterday, called out another listener. If the goddess frequents the gaming tables, certainly she does not overlook the races where the gilded chariots and the foaming horses offer far more excitement. Tell us honestly, Arcad, didst she whisper to you to place your bet upon those gray horses from Nineveh yesterday? I was standing just behind thee and could scarce believe my ears when I heard thee place thy bet upon the grays. Thou knowest as well as any of us that no team in all Assyria can beat our beloved bays in a fair race. Didst the goddess whisper in thy ear to bet upon the grays because at the last turn the inside black would stumble and so interfere with our bays that the grays would win the race and score an unearned victory? Arcad smiled indulgently at the banter. What reason have we to feel the good goddess would take that much interest in any man's bet upon a horse race? To me, she's a goddess of love and dignity, whose pleasure it is to aid those who are in need and to reward those who are deserving. I look to find her, not at the gaming tables or the races where men lose more gold than they win, but in other places where the doings of men are more worthwhile and more worthy of reward. In tilling the soil, in honest trading, in all of man's occupations, there is opportunity to make a profit upon his efforts and his transactions. Perhaps not all the time will he be rewarded, because sometimes his judgment may be faulty, and other times the winds and the weather may defeat his efforts. Yet, if he persists, he may usually expect to realize his profit. This is so because the chances of profit are always in his favor. But man playeth the games, the situation is reversed, for the chances of profit are always against him, and always in favor of the gamekeeper. The game is so arranged that it will always favor the keeper. It is his business at which he plans to make a liberal profit for himself from the coins bet by the players. Few players realize how certain are the keepers and how uncertain are their own chances to win. For example, let us consider wagers placed upon the cube. Each time it is cast, we bet which side will be uppermost. If it be the red side, the game master pays to us 4 times our bet. But if any other of the 5 sides come uppermost, we lose our bet. Thus, the figures show that for each cast we have 5 chances to lose, but because the red paid 4 for 1, we have 4 chances to win. In a night's play, the game master can expect to keep for his profit 1/5 of all the coins wagered. Can a man expect to win more than occasionally against odds so arranged that he should lose 1/5 of all his bets? Yet some men do win large sums at times, volunteered one of the listeners. Quite so, they do, Arcad continued. Realizing this, the question comes to me whether money secured in such ways brings permanent value to those who are thus lucky. Among my acquaintances are many of the successful men of Babylon, yet among them I am unable to name a single one who started his success from such a source. You who are gathered here tonight know many more of our substantial citizens. To me, it would be of much interest to learn how many of our successful citizens can credit the gaming tables with their start to success. Suppose each of you tell of those you know. What say you? After a prolonged silence, a wag ventured, "Wouldst thy inquiry include the gamekeepers?" "If you think of no one else," Arcad responded. "If not one of you think of anyone else, then how about yourself? Are there any consistent winners with us who hesitate to advise such a source for their incomes?" His challenge was answered by a series of groans from the rear, taken up and spread amid much laughter. "It would seem we are not seeking good luck in such places as the goddess frequents," he continued. "Therefore let us explore other fields. We have not found it in picking up lost wallets. Neither have we found it haunting the gaming tables. As to the races, I must confess to have lost far more coins there than I have ever won. Now suppose we consider our trades and businesses. Is it not natural, if we conclude a profitable transaction, to consider it not good luck, but a just reward for our efforts? I am inclined to think we may be overlooking the gifts of the goddess. Perhaps she really does assist us when we do not appreciate her generosity. Who can suggest further discussion? Thereupon an elderly merchant arose, smoothing his genteel white robe. "With thy permission, most honorable Arcad and my friends, I offer a suggestion. If, as you have said, we take credit to our own industry and ability for our business success, why not consider the successes we almost enjoyed but which escaped us? Happenings which would have been most profitable. They would have been rare examples of good luck if they had actually happened. Because they were not brought to fulfillment, we cannot consider them as our just rewards. Surely many men here have such experiences to relate." "Here is a wise approach," Arcad approved. "Who among you have had good luck within your grasp only to see it escape?" Many hands were raised, among them that of the merchant. Arcad motioned to him. Since you suggested this approach, we should like to hear first from you. I will gladly relate a tale, he resumed, that doth illustrate how closely unto a man good luck may approach, and how blindly he may permit it to escape, much to his loss and later regret. Many years ago, when I was a young man, just married and well started to earning, my father did come one day and urge most strongly that I enter upon an investment. The son of one of his good friends had taken notice of a barren tract of land not far beyond the outer walls of our city. It lay high above the canal where no water could reach it.
Keep that shit on your side.
The son of my father's friend devised a plan to purchase this land, build 3 large water wheels that could be operated by oxen, and thereby raise the life-giving waters to the fertile soil. This accomplished, he planned to divide it into small tracts and sell to the residents of the city for herb patches. The son of my father's friend did not possess sufficient gold to complete such an undertaking. Like myself, he was a young man earning a fair sum. His father, like mine, was a man of large family and small means. He therefore decided to interest a group of men to enter the enterprise with him. The group was to comprise 12, each of whom must be a money earner and agree to pay 1/10 of his earnings into the enterprise until the land was made ready for sale. All would then share justly in the profits in proportion to their investment. Thou, my son, bespoke my father unto me, art now in thy young manhood. It is my deep desire that thou begin the building of a valuable estate for thyself, that thou mayest become respected among men. I desire to see thou profit from a knowledge of the thoughtless mistakes of thy father. This do I most ardently desire, my father, I replied. Then this do I advise. Do what I should have done at thy age. From thy earnings, keep out 1/10 to put into favorable investments. With this 1/10 of thy earnings, and what it will also earn, thou canst, before thou art my age, accumulate for thyself a valuable estate. Thy words are words of wisdom, my father. Greatly do I desire riches. Yet there are many uses to which my earnings are called. Therefore do I hesitate to do as thou dost advise. I am young. There is plenty of time. So I thought at thy age. Yet behold, many years have passed, and I have not yet made the beginning. We live in a different age, my father. I shall avoid thy mistakes. Opportunity stands before thee, my son. It is offering a chance that may lead to wealth. I beg of thee, do not delay. Go upon the morrow to the son of my friend, and bargain with him to pay 10% of thy earnings into this investment. Go promptly upon the morrow. Opportunity waits for no man. Today it is here, soon it is gone, therefore delay not. In spite of the advice of my father, I did hesitate. There were beautiful new robes just brought by the tradesmen from the east, robes of such richness and beauty my good wife and I felt we must each possess one. Should I agree to pay 1/10 of my earnings into the enterprise, we must deprive ourselves of these and other pleasures we dearly desired. I delayed making a decision until it was too late, much to my subsequent regret. The enterprise did prove to be more profitable than any man had prophesied. This is my tale, showing how I did permit good luck to escape. In this tale, we see how good luck waits to come to that man who accepts opportunity, commented a swarthy man of the desert. To the building of an estate, there must always be the beginning. That start may be a few pieces of gold or silver which a man diverts from his earnings to his first investment. I myself am the owner of many herds. The start of my herds I did begin when I was a mere boy and did purchase with 1 piece of silver a young calf. This being the beginning of my wealth was of great importance to me. To take his first start to building an estate is as good luck as can come to any man. With all men, that first step, which changes them from men who earn from their own labor to men who draw dividends from the earnings of their gold, is important. Some fortunately take it when young and thereby outstrip in financial success those who do take it later, or those unfortunate men, like the father of this merchant, who never take it. Had our friend, the merchant, taken this step in his early manhood when this opportunity came to him, this day he would be blessed with much more of this world's goods. Should good luck our friend, the cloth weaver, cause him to take a step at this time, it will indeed be but the beginning of much greater good fortune. Thank you. I like to speak also. A stranger from another country arose. I am a Syrian. Not so well do I speak your tongue. I wish to call this friend, the merchant, a name. Maybe you think it not polite, this name. Yet I wish to call him that. But alas, I not know your word for it. If I do call it in Syrian, you will not understand. Therefore, please, some good gentleman, tell me that right name you call man who puts off doing those things that mighty good for him. Procrastinator, called a voice. That's him, shouted the Syrian, waving his hands excitedly. He accepts not opportunity when she comes. He waits. He says I have much business right now. By and by I talk to you. Opportunity she will not wait for such slow fellow. She thinks if a man desires to be lucky, he will step quick. Any man who not step quick when opportunity comes. He, big procrastinator like our friend, this merchant. The merchant arose and bowed good-naturedly in response to the laughter. My admiration to the stranger within our gates who hesitates not to speak the truth. And now let us hear another tale of opportunity. Who has for us another experience? Demanded our cat. I have, responded a red-robed man of middle age. I am a buyer of animals, mostly camels and horses. Sometimes I do also. Will tell truthfully how opportunity. Perhaps for this reason I did let it escape. Of this, you shall be the judge. Returning to the city one evening after a disheartening 10 days' journey in search of camels, I was much angered to find the gates of the city closed and locked. And with little food and no water, I was approached by an elderly farmer who, like ourselves, found himself locked outside. "Honored sir," he addressed me, "from thy appearance I do judge thee to be a buyer. If this be so, much would I like to sell to thee the most excellent flock of sheep just driven up. Alas, my good wife lies very sick with the fever. I must return with all haste. Buy thou my sheep, that I and my slaves may mount our camels and travel back without delay." So dark it was that I could not see his flock, but from the bleating I did know it must be large. Having wasted 10 days searching for camels I could not find, I was glad to bargain with him. In his anxiety, he did set a most reasonable price. I accepted, well knowing my slaves could drive the flock through the city gates in the morning and sell at a substantial profit. The bargain concluded, I called my slaves to bring torches that we might count the flock which the farmer declared to contain 900. I shall not burden you, my friends, with a description of our difficulty in attempting to count so many thirsty, restless, milling sheep. It proved to be an impossible task. Therefore, I bluntly informed the farmer I would count them at daylight and pay him then. Please, most honorable sir, he pleaded, pay me but 2/3 of the price tonight, that I may be on my way. I will leave my most intelligent and educated slave to assist to make the count in the morning. He is trustworthy, and to him thou canst pay the balance. But I was stubborn and refused to make payment that night. Next morning, before I awoke, the city gates opened and 4 buyers rushed out in search of flocks. They were most eager and willing to pay high prices because the city was threatened with siege and food was not plentiful. Nearly 3 times the price at which he had offered the flock to me did the old farmer receive for it. Thus was rare good luck allowed to escape. Here is a tale most unusual, commented Arcad. What wisdom doth it suggest? The wisdom of making a payment immediately when we are convinced our bargain is wise, suggested a venerable saddle-maker. If the bargain be good, then dost thou need protection against thy own weaknesses as much as against any other man. We mortals are changeable. Alas, I must say more apt to change our minds when right than wrong. Wrong, we are stubborn indeed. Right, we are prone to vacillate and let opportunity escape. My first judgment is my best. Yet always have I found it difficult to compel myself to proceed with a good bargain when made. Therefore, as a protection against my own weaknesses, I do make a prompt deposit thereon. This doth save me from later regrets for the good luck that should have been mine. Thank you. Again I like to speak. The Syrian was upon his feet once more. These tales much alike. Each time opportunity fly away for same reason. Each time she come to procrastinator, bringing good plan. Each time they hesitate, not say, right now, best time, I do it quick. How can men succeed that way? Wise are thy words, my friend, responded the buyer. Good luck fled from procrastination in both these tales. Yet this is not unusual. The spirit of procrastination is within all men. We desire riches, yet he doth appear. That spirit of procrastination from within doth urge various delays in our acceptance. In listening to it, we do become our own worst enemies. I did not know it by this long word our friend from Syria doth enjoy. I did think at first it was my own poor judgment that did cause me loss at many profitable trades. Later I did credit it to my stubborn disposition. At last I did recognize it for what it was. A habit of needless delaying where action was required. Action prompt and decisive. How I did hate it when its true character stood revealed. With the bitterness of a wild ass hitched to a chariot, I did break loose from this enemy to my success. Thank you. I like ask question from Mr. Merchant, the Syrian was speaking. You wear fine robes, not like those of poor man. You speak like successful man. Tell us, you list now when procrastination whispers in your ear. Like our friend the buyer, I also had to recognize and conquer procrastination, responded the merchant. To me, it proved to be an enemy ever watching and waiting to thwart my accomplishments. The tale I did relate is but one of many similar instances I could tell to show how it drove away my opportunities. 'Tis not difficult to conquer once understood. No man willingly permits the thief to rob his bins of grain, nor does any man willingly permit an enemy to drive away his customers and rob him of his profits. When once I did recognize that such acts as these my enemy was committing, with determination I conquered him. So must every man master his own spirit of procrastination before he can expect to share in the rich treasures of Babylon. What sayest, Darkat? Because thou art the richest man in Babylon, many do proclaim thee to be the luckiest. Dost agree with me that no man can arrive at a full measure of success until he hath completely crushed the spirit of procrastination within him? It is even as thou sayest, Arcad admitted. During my long life, I have watched generation following generation marching forward along those avenues of trade, science, and learning that lead to success in life. Opportunities came to all these men. Some grasped theirs and moved steadily to the gratification of their deepest desires. But the majority hesitated, faltered, and fell behind. Arcad turned to the cloth weaver. Thou didst suggest that we debate good luck. Let us hear what thou now thinkest upon the subject. I do see good luck in a different light. I had thought of it as something most desirable that might happen to a man without effort upon his part. Now I do realize such happenings are not the sort of thing one may attract to himself. From our discussion, have I learned that to attract good luck to oneself, it is necessary to take advantage of opportunities. Therefore, in the future, I shall endeavor to make the best of such opportunities as do come to me. Thou hast well grasped the truths brought forth in our discussion. And often follows opportunity, but seldom comes otherwise. Our merchant friend would have found the opportunity the good goddess did present to him. Our friend the buyer likewise would have enjoyed good luck had he completed the purchase of the flock and sold at such a handsome profit. We did pursue this discussion to find the means by which good luck could be enticed to us. I feel that we have found the way. Both the tales did illustrate how good luck follows opportunity. Herein lies a truth that many similar tales of good luck, won or lost, could not change. The truth is this: good luck can be enticed by accepting opportunity. Those eager to grasp opportunities for their betterment do attract the interest of the good goddess. She is ever anxious to aid those who please her. Men of action please her best. Action will lead thee forward to the successes thou dost desire. Men of action are favored by the goddess of good luck. Chapter 5. Old Caliban smiled knowingly. Hark, he resumed, raising his hand. Hear the wild dogs out there in the night. They howl and wail because they are lean with hunger. Yet feed them, and what do they? Fight and strut. Then fight and strut some more, giving no thought to the morrow that will surely come. so it is with the sons of gold and wisdom. What do? Ignore the wisdom and waste the gold. Have no more gold. Gold is reserved for those who know its laws and abide by them. Caliban drew his white robe close about his lean legs, for a cool night wind was blowing. Because thou hast served me faithfully upon our long journey, because thou cared well for my camels, because thou toiled uncomplainingly across the hot sands of the desert, because thou fought bravely the robbers that sought to despoil my merchandise, I will tell thee this night a tale of gold, such a tale as thou never hast heard before. Hark ye with deep attention to the words I speak, for if you grasp their meaning and heed them, in the days that come, thou shalt have much gold. He paused impressively. Above, in a canopy of blue, the stars shone brightly in the crystal-clear skies of Babylonia. Behind the group loomed their faded tents tightly staked against possible desert storms. Beside the tents were neatly stacked bales of merchandise covered with skins. Nearby, the camel herd sprawled in the sand, some chewing their cuds contentedly, others snoring in hoarse discord. Thou hast told us many good tales, Caliban, spoke up the chief packer. We look to thy wisdom to guide us upon the morrow when our service with thee shall be at an end. I have but told thee of my adventures in strange and distant lands, but this night I shall tell thee of the wisdom of Arkad, the wise rich man. Much have we heard of him, acknowledged the chief packer, for he was the richest man that ever lived in Babylon. The richest man he was, and that because he was wise in the ways of gold, even as no man had ever been before him. This night shall I tell you of his great wisdom as it was told to me by Nomasir, his son, many years ago in Nineveh, when I was but a lad. My master and myself had tarried long into the night in the palace of Nomasir. I had helped my master bring great bundles of fine rugs, each one to be tried by Nomasir until his choice of colors was satisfied. At last he was well pleased, and commanded us to sit with him and to drink a rare vintage, odorous to the nostrils, and most warming to my stomach, which was unaccustomed to such a drink. Then did he tell us this tale of the great wisdom of Arkad, his father, even as I shall tell it to you. In Babylon, it is the custom, as you know, that the sons of wealthy fathers live with their parents in expectation of inheriting the estate. Arkad did not approve of this custom. Therefore, when Nomasir reached the man's estate, he sent for the young man and addressed him. My son, it is my desire that thou succeed to my estate. Thou must, however, first prove that thou art capable of wisely handling it. Therefore, I wish that thou go out into the world and show thy ability both to acquire gold and to make thyself respected among men. To start thee well, I will give thee two things of which I myself was denied when I started as a poor youth to build up a fortune. First, I give thee this bag of gold. If thou use it wisely, it will be the basis of thy future success. Second, I give thee this clay tablet upon which is carved the 5 laws of gold. If thou dost but interpret them in thy own acts, they shall bring thee competence and security. 10 years from this day, come thou back to the house of thy father and give account of thyself. If thou prove worthy, I will then make thee the heir to my estate. Otherwise, I will give it to the priests that they may barter for my soul the kind consideration of the gods. So Nomasir went forth to make his own way, taking his bag of gold, the clay tablet carefully wrapped in silken cloth, his slave, and the horses upon which they rode. The 10 years passed, and Nomasir, as he had agreed, returned to the house of his father, who provided a great feast in his honor, to which he invited many friends and relatives. After the feast was over, the father and mother mounted their throne-like seats at one side of the great hall, and Nomasir stood before them to give an account of himself as he had promised his father. It was evening. The room was hazy with smoke from the wicks of the oil lamps that but dimly lighted it. Slaves in white woven jackets and tunics fanned the humid air rhythmically with long-stemmed palm leaves. A stately dignity colored the scene. The wife of Nomasir and his 2 young sons, with friends and other members of the family, sat upon rugs behind him, eager listeners. "My father," he began deferentially, "I bow before thy wisdom. 10 years ago, when I stood at the gates of manhood, thou bade me go forth and become a man among men, instead of remaining a vassal to thy fortune. Thou gave me liberally of thy gold. Thou gave me liberally of thy wisdom. Of the gold, alas, I must admit of a disastrous handling. It fled indeed from my inexperienced hands, even as a wild hare flees at the first opportunity from the youth who captures it." The father smiled indulgently. "Continue, my son. Thy tale interests me in all its details." I decided to go to Nineveh, as it was a growing city, believing that I might find there opportunities. I joined a caravan, and among its members made numerous friends. 2 well-spoken men who had a most beautiful white horse, as fleet as the wind, were among these. As we journeyed, they told me in confidence that in Nineveh was a wealthy man who owned a horse so swift that it had never been beaten. Its owner believed that no horse living could run with greater speed. Therefore, would he wager any sum, however large, that his horse could outspeed any horse in all Babylonia. Compared to their horse, so my friend said, it was but a lumbering ass that could be beaten with ease. They offered, as a great favor, to permit me to join them in a wager. I was quite carried away with the plan. Our horse was badly bitten, and I lost much of my gold. The father laughed. Later, I discovered that this was a deceitful plan of these men, and they constantly journeyed with caravans seeking victims. You see, the man in Nineveh was their partner and shared with them the bets he won. This shrewd deceit taught me my first lesson in looking out for myself. I was soon to learn another, equally bitter. In the caravan was another young man with whom I became quite friendly. He was the son of wealthy parents and, like myself, journeying to Nineveh to find a suitable location. Not long after our arrival, he told me that a merchant died and shop with its rich merchandise and patronage could be secured at a paltry price. Saying that we would be equal partners, but first he must return to Babylon to secure his gold, he prevailed upon me to purchase the stock with my gold, agreeing that his would be used later to carry on our venture. He long delayed the trip to Babylon, proving in the meantime to be an unwise buyer and a foolish spender. I finally put him out, but not before the business had deteriorated to where we had only unsaleable goods and no gold to buy other goods. I sacrificed what was left to an Israelite for a pitiful sum. Soon there followed, I tell you, my father, bitter days. I sought employment and found it not, for I was without trade or training that would enable me to earn. I sold my horses, I sold my slave, I sold my extra robes that I might have food and a place to sleep, but each day grim want crouched closer. But in those bitter days, I remembered thy confidence in me, my father. Thou hadst sent me forth to become a man, and this I was determined to accomplish. The mother buried her face and wept softly. At this time, I bethought me of the table thou had given to me, upon which thou had carved the 5 laws of gold. Thereupon I read most carefully thy words of wisdom, and realized that had I but sought wisdom first, my gold would not have been lost to me. I learned by heart each law, and determined that when once more the goddess of good fortune smiled upon me, I would be guided by the wisdom of age, and not by the inexperience of youth. For the benefit of you who are seated here this night, I will read the wisdom of my father as engraved upon the clay tablet which he gave to me 10 years ago. The 5 laws of gold. 1. Gold cometh gladly and in increasing quantity to any man who will put by not less than 1/10 of his earnings to create an estate for his future and that of his family. 2. Gold laboreth diligently and contentedly for the wise owner who finds for it profitable employment, multiplying even as the flocks of the field. 3. Gold clingeth to the protection of the cautious owner who invests it under the advice of men wise in its handling. 4. Gold slippeth away from the man who invests it in businesses or purposes with which he is not familiar, or which are not approved by those skilled in its keep. 5. Gold flees the man who would force it to impossible earnings, or who followeth the alluring advice of tricksters and schemers, or who trusts it to his own inexperience and romantic desires in investment. These are the 5 laws of gold as written diligently and contentedly for the one, as engraved upon the clay tablet which he gave to me 10 years ago. The 5 laws of gold. 1.
What's up, Diddy?
Gold
How you
cometh
hanging?
gladly
How you holding
and
up,
in
man?
increasing quantity to any man who will put by not less than 1/10 of his earnings
I
to
see you
create an
going through
estate
it.
for his future and that of his family. 2. Gold laboreth diligently and contentedly for the wise owner who finds for it profitable employment, multiplying even as the flocks of the field. 3. Gold clingeth to the protection of the cautious owner who invests it under
appreciate
the
that.
advice of men wise in
I
its
enjoyed your
handling.
music over the years.
4. Gold slippeth away from the man who invests it in businesses or purposes with which he is not familiar, or which are not approved by those skilled in its keep. 5. Gold flees the man who would force it to impossible earnings, or who followeth the alluring advice of tricksters and schemers, or who trusts it to his own inexperience and romantic desires in investment. These are the 5 laws of gold as written by my father. I do proclaim them as of greater value than gold itself, as I will show by the continuance of my tale. He again faced his father. I have told thee of the depth of poverty and despair to which my inexperience brought me. However, there is no chain of disasters that will not come to an end. Mine came when I secured employment managing a crew of slaves working upon the new outer wall of the city. Profiting from my knowledge of the first law of gold, I saved a copper from my first earnings, adding to it at every opportunity until I had a piece of silver. It was a slow procedure, for one must live. I did spend grudgingly, I admit, because I was determined to earn back before the 10 years were over as much gold as you, my father, had given to me. One day, the slave master with whom I had become quite friendly said to me, "Thou art a thrifty youth who spends not wantonly what he earns. Hast thou gold put by that is not earning?" "Yes," I replied. "It is my greatest desire to accumulate gold to replace that which my father gave to me and which I have lost. 'Tis a worthy ambition, I will grant. And do you know that the gold which you have saved can work for you and earn much more gold?" Alas, my experience has been bitter, for my father's gold has fled from me, and I am in much fear lest my own do the same. "If thou hast confidence in me, I will give thee a lesson in the profitable handling of gold," he replied. "Within a year, the outer wall will be complete and ready for the great gates of bronze that will be built at each entrance to protect the city from the king's enemies. In all Nineveh, there is not enough metal to make these gates, and the king has not thought to provide it. Here is my plan. A group of us will pool our gold and send a caravan to the mines of copper and tin, which are distant, and bring to Nineveh the metal for the gates. When the king says, 'Make the great gates,' we alone can supply the metal, and a rich price he will pay. If the king will not buy from us, we will yet have the metal which can be sold for a fair price." In his offer, I recognized an opportunity to abide by the third law and invest my savings under the guidance of wise men. Nor was I disappointed. Our pool was a success, and my small store of gold was greatly increased by the transaction. In due time, it was accepted as a method over each plan presented with great care before entering upon it. They would take no chance on losing their principal or tying it up in unprofitable investments from which their gold could not be recovered. Such foolish things as the horse race and the partnership into which I had entered with my inexperience would have had scant consideration. They would have immediately without them. Through my association, I learned to safely invest gold with profitable returns. As the years went on, my treasure increased more and more rapidly. I not only made back as much as I lost, but much more. Through my misfortunes, my trials, and my success, I have tested time and again the wisdom of the 5 laws of gold, my father, and have proven them true in every test. To him who is without knowledge of the 5 laws, gold comes not often, and goeth away quickly. But to him who abides by the 5 laws, gold comes and works as his dutiful slave. Novasir ceased speaking and motioned to a slave in the back of the room. The slave brought forward one at a time 3 heavy leather bags. One of these Novasir took and bore before his father, addressing him again. "Thou didst give to me a bag of gold, Babylon gold. Behold, in its place, I do return to thee a bag of Nineveh gold of equal weight, an equal exchange as all will agree. Thou didst give to me a clay tablet inscribed with wisdom. Behold, in its stead, I do return 2 bags of gold." So saying, he took from the slave the other 2 bags, and likewise placed them upon the floor before his father. This I do to prove to thee, my father, of how much greater value I consider thy wisdom than thy gold. Yet, who can measure in bags of gold the value of wisdom? Without wisdom, gold is quickly lost by those who have it. But with wisdom, gold can be secured by those who have it not, as these 3 bags of gold do prove. It does indeed give to me the deepest satisfaction, my father, to stand before thee and say that, because of thy wisdom, I have been able to become rich and respected before men. The father placed his hand fondly upon the head of Novaseer. Thou hast learned well thy lessons, and I am indeed fortunate to have a son to whom I may entrust my wealth. Caliban ceased his tale and looked critically at his listeners. What means this to thee, this tale of Novaseer? He continued. Who among thee can go to thy father or to the father of thy wife and give an account of wise handling of his earnings? What would these venerable men think were you to say, I have traveled much and learned much and labored much and earned much, yet alas, of gold I have little. Some I spent wisely, some I spent foolishly, and much I lost in unwise ways. Dost still think it but an inconsistency of fate that some men have much gold and others have naught? Then you err. Men have much gold when they know the 5 laws of gold and abide thereby. Because I learned these 5 laws in my youth and abided by them, I have become a wealthy merchant. Not by some strange magic did I accumulate my wealth. Wealth that comes quickly goeth the same way. Wealth that stayeth to give enjoyment and satisfaction to its owner comes gradually, because it is a child born of knowledge and persistent purpose. To earn wealth is but a slight burden upon the thoughtful man. Bearing the burden consistently from year to year accomplishes the final purpose. The 5 laws of gold offer to thee a rich reward for their observance. Each of these 5 laws is rich with meaning, and lest thou overlook this in the briefness of my tale, I will now repeat them. I do know them each by heart, because in my youth I could see their value and would not be content until I knew them word for word. The first law of gold. Gold cometh gladly and in increasing quantity to any man who will put by not less than 1/10 of his earnings to create an estate for his future and that of his family. Any man who will put by 1/10 of his earnings consistently and invest it wisely will surely create a valuable estate that will provide an income for him in the future and further guarantee safety for his family in case the gods call him to the world of darkness. This law always saith that gold cometh gladly to such a man. I can truly certify this in my own life. The more gold I accumulate, the more readily it comes to me, and in increased quantities. The gold which I save earns more, even as yours will, and its earnings earn more, and this is the working out of the first law. The second law of gold. Gold laboreth diligently and contentedly for the wise owner who finds for it profitable employment, multiplying even as the flocks of the field. Gold indeed is a willing worker. It is ever eager to multiply when opportunity presents itself. To every man who hath a store of gold set by, opportunity comes for its most profitable use. As the years pass, it multiplies itself in surprising fashion. The third law of gold. Gold clingeth to the protection of the cautious owner who invests it under the advice of men wise in its handling. Gold indeed clingeth to the cautious owner, even as it flees the careless owner. The man who seeks the advice of men wise in handling gold soon learneth not to jeopardize his treasure, but to preserve in safety and to enjoy in contentment its consistent increase.
This ends Disc 2. The Richest Man in Babylon, Disc 3.
The fourth law of gold. Gold slippeth away from the man who invests it in businesses or purposes with which he is not familiar or which are not approved by those skilled in its keep. To the man who hath gold yet is not skilled in its handling, many uses for it appear most profitable. Too often these are fraught with danger of loss, and if properly analyzed by wise men, show small possibility of profit. Therefore, the inexperienced owner of gold who trusts to his own judgment and invests it in businesses or purposes with which he is not familiar, too often finds his judgment imperfect and pays with his treasure for his inexperience. Wise indeed is he who investeth his treasures under the advice of men skilled in the ways of gold. The fifth law of gold. Gold flees the man who would force it to impossible earnings, or who followeth the alluring advice of tricksters and schemers, or who trusts it to his own inexperience and romantic desires in investment. Fanciful propositions that thrill like adventure tales always come to the new owner of gold. These appear to endow his treasure with magic powers that will enable it to make impossible earnings. Yet heed ye the wise men, for verily they know the risks that lurk behind effort to make great wealth outright. Forget not the rich men of Nineveh who would take no chance of losing their principal or tying it up in unprofitable investments. This ends my tale of the 5 laws of gold. In telling it to thee, I have told the secrets of my own. Yet they are not secrets, truths which every man must first wishes to step out of the multitude that, like yon wild dogs, must worry each day for food to eat. Tomorrow we enter Babylon. Look, see the fire that burns eternal above the temple of Bel? We are already in sight of the golden city. Tomorrow, each of thee shall have gold, the gold thou hast so well earned by thy faithful services. 10 years from this night, what can you tell about this gold? If there be men among you who, like Nomasir, will use a portion of their gold to start for themselves an estate and be thenceforth wisely guided by the wisdom of Arkad, 10 years from now, 'tis a safe wager, like the son of Arkad, they will be rich and respected among men. Our wise acts accompany us through life to please us and to help us, just as surely our unwise acts follow us to plague and torment us. Alas, they cannot be forgotten. In the front rank of the torments that do follow us are the memories of the things we should have done, of the opportunities which came to us, and we took not. Rich are the treasures of Babylon. So rich no man can count their value in pieces of gold. Each year they grow richer and more valuable. Like the treasures of every land, they are a reward, a rich reward awaiting those men of purpose who determine to secure their just share. In the strength of thine own desires is a magic power. Guide this power with thy knowledge of the 5 laws of gold, and thou shalt share the treasures of Babylon. 6. The Gold Lender of Babylon. 50 pieces of gold. Never before had Rodan, the spearmaker of old Babylon, carried so much gold in his leather wallet. Happily down the king's highway from the palace of his most liberal majesty he strode. Cheerfully the gold clinked as the wallet at his belt swayed with each step, the sweetest music he had ever heard. 50 pieces of gold, all his. He could hardly realize his good fortune. What power in those clinking discs. They could purchase anything he wanted. A grand house, land, cattle, camels, horses, chariots, whatever he might desire. What use should he make of it? This evening, as he turned into a side street toward the home of his sister, he could think of nothing he would rather possess than those same glittering, heavy pieces of gold, his to keep. It was upon an evening some days later that a perplexed Rodan entered the shop of Mathon, the lender of gold and dealer in jewels and rare fabrics. Glancing neither to the right nor the left at the colorful articles artfully displayed, he passed through to the living quarters at the rear. Here he found the genteel Mathon lounging upon a rug partaking of a meal served by a black slave. "I would counsel with thee, for I know not what to do." Rodan stood stolidly, feet apart, hairy breast exposed by the gaping front of his leather jacket. Mathon's narrow, sallow face smiled a friendly greeting. "What indiscretions hast thou done that thou shouldst seek the lender of gold? Hast been unlucky at the gaming table? Or hath some plump dame entangled thee? For many years have I known thee, yet never hast thou sought me to aid thee in thy troubles. No, not such as that. I seek no gold. Instead, I crave thy wise advice. Hear, what this man doth say. No one comes to the lender of gold for advice. My ears must play me false. They listen true. Can this be so? Rodan, the spearmaker, doth display more cunning than all the rest, for he comes to Mathon not for gold, but for advice. Many men come to me for gold to pay for their follies, but as for advice, they want it not. Yet who is more able to advise than the lender of gold to whom many men come in trouble? Thou shalt eat with me, Rodan, he continued. Thou shalt be my guest for the evening. Ando, he commanded of the black slave, draw up a rug for my friend Rodan, the spearmaker, who comes for advice. He shall be mine honored guest. Bring to him much food, and get for him my largest cup. Choose well of the best wine, that he may have satisfaction in the drinking. Now tell me, what troubles thee? It is the king's gift. The king's gift? The king did make thee a gift, and it gives thee trouble? What manner of gift? Because he was much pleased with the design I did submit to him for a new point on the spears of the royal guard, he did present me with 50 pieces of gold, and now I am much perplexed. I am beseeched each hour the sun doth travel across the sky by those who would share it with me. That is natural. More men want gold than have it, and would wish one who comes by it easily to divide. But can you not say no? Is thy will not as strong as thy fist? To many I can say no, yet sometimes it would be easier to say yes. Can one refuse to share with one's sister to whom he is deeply devoted? Surely thy own sister would not wish to deprive thee of enjoying thy reward. But it is for the sake of Araman, her husband, whom she wishes to see a rich merchant. She does feel that he has never had a chance, and she beseeches me to loan to him this gold, that he may become a prosperous merchant and repay me from his profits. My friend, resumed Maython, 'tis a worthy subject thou bringest to discuss. Gold bringeth unto its possessor responsibility and a changed position with his fellow men. It bringeth fear lest he lose it, or it be tricked away from him. It bringeth a feeling of power and ability to do good. Likewise, it bringeth opportunities whereby his very good intentions may bring him into difficulties. Didst ever hear of the farmer of Nineveh who could understand the language of animals? I wot not, for 'tis not the kind of tale men like to tell over the bronze caster's forge. I will tell it to thee, for thou shouldst know that to borrowing and lending there is more than the passing of gold from the hands of one to the hands of another. This farmer, who could understand what the animals said to each other, did linger in the farmyard each evening just to listen to their words. One evening he did hear the ox bemoaning to the ass the hardness of his lot. I do labor pulling the plow from morning until night, no matter how hot the day or how tired my legs, or how the bow doth chafe my neck, still must I work. But you are a creature of leisure. You are trapped with a colorful blanket and do nothing more than carry our master about where he wishes to go. When he goes nowhere, you do rest and eat the green grass all the day. Now the ass, in spite of his vicious heels, was a goodly fellow and sympathized with the ox. My good friend, he replied, you do work very hard and I would help ease your lot. Therefore, will I tell you how you may have a day of rest. In the morning, when the slave comes to fetch you to the plow, lie upon the ground and bellow much, that he may say you are sick and cannot work. So the ox took the advice of the ass, and the next morning the slave returned to the farmer and told him the ox was sick and could not pull the plow. Then, said the farmer, hitch the ass to the plow, for the plowing must go on. All that day, the ass, who had only intended to help his friend, found himself compelled to do the ox's task. When night came and he was released from the plow, his heart was bitter, and his legs were weary, and his neck was sore where the bow had chafed it. The farmer lingered in the barnyard to listen. The ox began first. You are my good friend. Because of your wise advice, I have enjoyed a day of rest. And I, retorted the ass, am like many another simple-hearted one who starts to help a friend and ends up by doing his task for him. Hereafter you draw your own plow, for I did hear the master tell the slave to send for the butcher were you sick again. I wish he would, for you are a lazy fellow. Thereafter they spoke to each other no more. This ended their friendship. Canst thou tell the moral to this tale, Rodan? 'Tis a good tale, responded Rodan, but I see not the moral. I thought not that you would, but it is there, and simple too. Just this. If you desire to help thy friend, do so in a way that will not bring thy friend's burdens upon thyself. I had not thought of that. It is a wise moral. I wish not to assume the burdens of my sister's husband. But tell me, you lend to many. Do not the borrowers repay? Maython smiled the smile of one whose soul is rich with much experience. Could a loan be well made if the borrower cannot repay? Must not the lender be wise and judge carefully whether his gold can perform a useful purpose to the borrower and return to him once more? Or whether it will be wasted by one unable to use it wisely and leave him without his treasure, and leave the borrower with a debt he cannot repay? I will show to thee the tokens in my token chest, and let them tell thee some of their stories. Into the room he brought a chest as long as his arm, covered with red pigskin and ornamented with bronze designs. He placed it upon the floor and squatted before it, both hands upon the lid. From each person to whom I lend, I do exact a token for my token chest, to remain there until the loan is repaid. When they repay, I give it back. But if they never repay, it will always remind me of one who was not faithful to my confidence. The safest loans, my token box tells me, are to those whose possessions are of more value than the one they desire. They own lands or jewels or camels or other things which could be sold to repay the loan. Some of the tokens given to me are jewels of more value than the loan. Others are promises that if the loan be not repaid as agreed, they will deliver to me certain property settlement. On loans like those, I am assured that my gold will be returned with the rental thereon, for the loan is based on property. In another class are those who have the capacity to earn. They are such as you, who labor or serve and are paid. They have income. And if they are honest and suffer no misfortune, I know that they also can repay the gold I loan them and the rental to which I am entitled. Such loans are based on human effort. Others are those who have neither property nor assured earning capacity. Life is hard, and there will always be some who cannot adjust themselves to it. Alas for the loans I make them, even though they be no larger than a pence. My token box may censure me in the years to come unless they be guaranteed by good friends of the borrower who know him honorable. Maython released the clasp and opened the lid. Rodan leaned forward eagerly. At the top of the chest, a bronze neckpiece lay upon a scarlet cloth. Maython picked up the piece and patted it affectionately. This shall always remain in my token chest, because the owner has passed on into the great darkness. I treasure it, his token, and I treasure his memory, for he was my good friend. We traded together with much success until out of the east he brought a woman to wed, beautiful but not like our women, a dazzling creature. He spent his gold lavishly to gratify her desires. He came to me in distress when his gold was gone. I counseled with him. I told him I would help him to once more master his own affairs. He swore by the sign of the great bull that he would. But it was not to be. In a quarrel, she thrust a knife into the heart he dared her to pierce. And she? Questioned Rodan. Yes, of course. This was hers. He picked up the scarlet cloth. In bitter remorse, she threw herself into the Euphrates. These two loans will never be repaid. The chest tells you, Rodan, that humans in the throes of great emotions are not safe risks for the gold lender. Here, now, this is different. He reached for a ring carved of oxbone. This belongs to a farmer. I buy the rugs of his women. The locusts came and they had not food. I helped him, and when the new crop came, he repaid me. Later he came again and told of strange goats in a distant land as described by a traveler. They had long hair so fine and soft it would weave into rugs more beautiful than any ever seen in Babylon. He wanted a herd, but he had no money. So I did lend him gold to make the journey and bring back goats. Now his herd's begun, and next year I shall surprise the lords of Babylon with the most expensive rugs it has been their good fortune to buy. Soon I must return his ring. He doth insist on repaying promptly. Some borrowers do that, queried Rodan. If they borrow for purposes that bring money back to them, I find it so. But if they borrow because of their indiscretions, I warn thee to be cautious if thou... Tell me about... requested Rodan, picking up a heavy gold bracelet inset with jewels in rare designs. The women do appeal to my good friend, bantered Nathan. I am still much younger than you, retorted Rodan. I grant that, but this time thou doth suspicion romance where it is not. The owner of this is fat and wrinkled, and doth talk so much and say so little she drives me mad. Once they had much money and were good customers, but ill times came upon them. She has a son of whom she would make a merchant. So she came to me and borrowed gold that he might become a partner of a caravan owner who travels with his camels, bartering in one city what he buys in another. This man proved a rascal, for he left the poor boy in a distant city without money and without friends, pulling out early while the youth slept. Perhaps when this youth has grown to manhood he will repay. Until then, I get no rental for the loan, only much talk. But I do admit the jewels are worthy of the loan. Did this lady ask thy advice as to the wisdom of the loan? Quite otherwise. She had pictured to herself this son of hers as a wealthy and powerful man of Babylon. To suggest the contrary was to infuriate her. A fair rebuke I had. I knew the risk for this inexperienced boy, but as she offered security, I could not refuse her. This, continued Mathon, waving a bit of pack rope tied into a knot, belongs to Nebator, the camel trader. When he would buy a herd larger than his funds, he brings to me this knot, and I lend to him according to his needs. He is a wise trader. I have confidence in his good judgment and can lend him freely. Many other merchants of Babylon have my confidence because of their honorable behavior. Their tokens come and go frequently in my token box. Good merchants are an asset to our city, and it profits me to aid them to keep trade moving that Babylon be prosperous. Mathon picked out a beetle carved in turquoise and tossed it contemptuously on the floor. A bug from Egypt. The lad who owns this does not care whether I ever receive back my gold. When I reproach him, he replies, "How can I repay when ill fate pursues?" What do I do? A worthy man of small means who did pledge his land and herd to back his son's enterprises. The youth thus at first, and then was overzealous in great wealth. His knowledge was immature. His enterprises collapsed. Youth is ambitious. Youth would take shortcuts to wealth and the desirable things for which it stands. To secure wealth quickly, youth often borrows unwisely. Youth, never having had experience, cannot realize that hopeless debt is like a deep pit into which one may descend quickly and where one may struggle vainly for many days. It is a pit of sorrow and regrets, where the brightness of the sun is overcast, and night is made unhappy by restless sleeping. Yet I do not discourage borrowing gold. I encourage it. I recommend it if it be for a wise purpose. I myself made my first real success as a merchant with borrowed gold. Yet what should the lender do in such a case? The youth is in despair and accomplishes nothing. He is discouraged. He makes no effort to repay. My heart turns against depriving the father of his land and cattle. You tell me much that I am interested to hear, ventured Rodan, but I hear no answer to my question. Should I lend my 50 pieces of gold to my sister's husband? They mean much to me. My sister is a sterling woman whom I do much esteem. Should her husband come to me and ask to borrow 50 pieces of gold, I should ask him for what purpose he would use it. If he answered that he desired to become a merchant like myself and deal in jewels and rich furnishings, I would say, what knowledge have you of the ways of trade? Do you know where you can buy at lowest cost? Do you know where you can sell at a fair price? Could he say yes to these questions? No, he could not, Rodan admitted. He has helped me much in making spears, and he has helped some in the shops. Then would I say to him that his purpose was not wise? Merchants must learn their trade. His ambition, though worthy, is not practical, and I would not lend him any gold. But supposing he could say, yes, I have helped merchants much. I know how to travel to Smyrna and to buy at low cost the rugs the housewives weave. I also know many of the rich people of Babylon to whom I can sell these at a large profit. Then I would say, your purpose is wise and your ambition honorable. I shall be glad to lend you the 50 pieces of gold if you can give me security that they will be returned. But would he say, I have no security other than that I am an honored man and will pay you well for the loan? Then would I reply, I treasure much each piece of gold. Were the robbers to take it from you as you journeyed to Smyrna, or take the rugs from you as you returned, then you would have no means of repaying me, and my gold would be gone. Gold, you see, Rodan, is the merchandise of the lender of money. It is easy to lend. If it is lent unwisely, then it is difficult to get back. The wise lender wishes not the risk of the undertaking, but the guarantee of safe repayment. 'Tis well, he continued, to assist those that are in trouble. 'Tis well to help those upon whom fate has laid a heavy hand. 'Tis well to help those who are starting, that they may progress and become valuable citizens. But help must be given wisely, lest, like the farmer's ass, in our desire to help, we but take upon ourselves the burden that belongs to another. Again, I wandered from my question, Rodan, but hear my answer. Keep thy 50 pieces of gold. What thy labor earns for thee and what is given thee for reward is thine own, and no man can put an obligation upon thee to part with it unless it do be thy wish. If thee wouldst lend it so that it may earn thee more gold, then lend with caution and in many places. I like not idle gold, even less I like too much of risk. How many years hast thou labored as a spear maker? Fully 3. How much besides the king's gift hast saved? 3 gold pieces. Each year that thou hast labored, thou hast denied thyself good things to save from thine earnings 1 piece of gold. 'Tis as you say. Then mightest save in 50 years of labor 50 pieces of gold by thy self-denial? lifetime of labor it would be. Thinkest thou thy sister would wish to jeopardize the savings of 50 years of labor over the bronze melting pot that her husband might experiment on being a merchant? Not if I spoke in your words. Then go to her and say, 3 years I have labored each day except fast days, from morning until night, and I have denied myself many things that my heart craved. For each year of labor and self-denial, I have to show 1 piece of gold. Thou art my favorite sister, and I wish that thy husband may engage in business in which he will prosper greatly. If he will submit to me a plan that seems wise and possible to my friend Mathon, then will I gladly lend to him my savings of an entire year, that he may have an opportunity to prove that he can succeed. Do that, I say, and if he has within him the soul to succeed, he can prove it. If he fails, he will not owe thee more than he can hope someday to repay. I am a gold lender because I own more gold than I can use in my own trade. I desire my surplus gold to labor for others and thereby earn more gold. I do not wish to take risk of losing my gold, for I have labored much and denied myself much to secure it. Therefore, I will no longer lend any of it where I am not confident that it is safe and will be returned to me. Neither will I lend it where I am not convinced that its earnings will be promptly paid to me. I have told to thee, Rodan, a few of the secrets of my token chest. From them you may understand the weakness of men and their eagerness to borrow that which they have no certain means to repay. From this you can see how often their high hopes of the great earnings they give they but had gold are but false hopes they have not the ability or training to fulfill. Thou, Rodan, now have gold which thou shouldst put to earning more gold for thee. Thou art about to become, even as I, a gold lender. If thou dost safely preserve thy treasure, it will produce liberal earnings for thee, and be a rich source of pleasure and profit during all thy days. But if thou dost let it escape from thee, it will be a source of constant sorrow and regret as long as thy memory doth last. What desirest thou most of this gold in thy wallet? To keep it safe. Wisely spoken, replied Mathon approvingly. Thy first desire is for safety. Thinkest thou that in the custody of thy sister's husband it would be truly safe from possible loss? I fear not, for he is not wise in guarding gold. Then be not swayed by foolish sentiments of obligation to trust thy treasure to any person. If thou wouldst help thy family or thy friends, find other ways than risking the loss of thy treasure. Forget not that gold slippeth away in unexpected ways from those unskilled in guarding it. As well waste thy treasure in extravagance as let others lose it for thee. What the safety dost desire of this treasure? Again thou speakest with made to earn and grow larger. Gold wisely lent may even double itself with its earnings before a man like you groweth old. If you risk losing it, you risk losing all that it would earn as well. Therefore, be not swayed by the fantastic plans of impractical men who think they see ways to force thy gold to make earnings unusually large. Such plans are the creations of dreamers, unskilled in the safe and dependable laws of trade. Be conservative in what thou expected to earn, that thou mayest keep and enjoy thy treasure. To hire it out with a promise of usurious returns is to invite loss. Seek to associate thyself with men and enterprises whose success is established, that thy My treasure may earn liberally under their skillful use and be guarded safely by their wisdom and experience. Thus mayest thou avoid the misfortunes that follow most of the sons of men to whom the gods see fit to entrust gold. When Rodan would thank him for his wise advice, he would not listen, saying, "The king's gift shall teach thee much wisdom. If wouldst keep thy 50 pieces of gold, thou must be discreet indeed. Many uses will tempt thee. Much advice will be spoken to thee. Numerous opportunities to make large profits will be offered thee. The stories from my token box should warn thee before thou let any piece of gold leave thy pouch to be sure that thou hast a safe way to pull it back again. Should my further advice appeal to thee, return again. It is gladly given. Ere thou goest, read this which I have carved beneath the lid of my token box. It applies equally to the borrower and the lender. Better a little caution than a great regret." Chapter 7. The Walls of Babylon. Old Banzar, grim warrior of another day, stood guard at the passageway leading to the top of the ancient walls of Babylon. Up above, valiant defenders were battling to hold the walls. Upon them depended the future existence of this great city with its hundreds of thousands of citizens. Over the walls came the roar of the attacking armies, the yelling of many men, the trampling of thousands of horses, the deafening boom of the battering rams pounding the bronze gates. In the street behind the gate lounged the spearmen, waiting to defend the entrance should the gates give way. They were but few for the task. The main armies of Babylon were with their king, far away in the east on a great expedition against the Elamites. No attack upon the city having been anticipated during their absence, the defending forces were small. Unexpectedly from the north bore down the mighty armies of the Assyrians, and now the walls must hold or Babylon was doomed. About Banzar were great crowds of citizens, white-faced and terrified, eagerly seeking news of the battle. With hushed awe, they viewed the stream of wounded and dead being carried or led out of the passageway. Here was the crucial point of attack. After 3 days of circling about the city, the enemy had suddenly thrown his great strength against this section and this gate. The defenders from the top of the wall fought off the climbing platforms and the scaling ladders of the attackers with arrows, burning oil, and, if any reached the top, spears. Against the defenders, thousands of the enemy's archers poured a deadly barrage of arrows. Old Banzar had the vantage point for news. He was closest to the conflict and first to hear of each fresh repulse of the frenzied attackers. An elderly merchant crowded close to him, his palsied hands quivering. tell me, he pleaded. They cannot get in. My sons are with the good king. There is no one to protect my old wife. My goods, they will steal all. My food, they will leave nothing. We are old, too old to defend ourselves, too old for slaves. We shall starve, we shall die. Tell me they cannot get in. Calm thyself, good merchant, the guard responded. The walls of Babylon are strong. Go back to the bazaar and tell your wife that the walls will protect you and all of your possessions as safely as they protect the rich treasures of the king. Keep close to the walls, lest the arrows flying over strike you. A woman with a babe in arms took the old man's place as he withdrew. Sergeant, what news from the top? Tell me truly that I may reassure my poor husband. He lies with fever from his terrible wounds, yet insists upon his armor and his spear to protect me who am with child. terrible he says will be the vengeful lust of our enemies should they break in. Be thou good of heart, thou mother that is and is again to be. The walls of Babylon will protect you and your babes. They are high and strong. Hear ye not the yells of our valiant defenders as they empty the cauldrons of burning oil upon the ladder scalers? Yes, that do I hear, and also the roar of the battering rams that do hammer at our gates. Back to thy husband. Tell him the gates are strong and withstand the rams. Also that the scalers climb the walls, but to receive the waiting spear thrust. Watch thy way and hasten behind yon buildings. Banzar stepped aside to clear the passage for heavily armed reinforcements, as with clanking bronze shields and heavy tread they tramped by, a small girl plucked at his girdle. "Tell me, soldier, are we safe?" she pleaded. "I hear the awful noises. I see the men all bleeding. I am so frightened. What will become of our family, of my mother, little brother, and the baby?" The grim old campaigner blinked his eyes and thrust forward his chin as he held the child. "Be not afraid, little one," he reassured her. "The walls of Babylon will protect you and mother and little brother and the baby. It was for the safety of such as you that the good Queen Semiramis built them over 100 years ago. Never have they been broken through. Go back and tell your mother and little brother and the baby that the walls of Babylon will protect them and they need have no fear." Day after day, old Banzar stood at his post and watched the reinforcements file the passageway, there to stay and fight until wounded or dead they came down once more. Around him, unceasingly crowded the throngs of frightened citizens eagerly seeking to learn if the walls would hold. To all he gave his answer with the fine dignity of an old soldier: "The walls of Babylon will protect you." For 3 weeks and 5 days the attack waged with scarcely ceasing violence. Harder and grimmer set the jaw of Banzar as the passage behind, wet with the blood of the many wounded, was churned into mud by the never-ceasing streams of men passing up and staggering down. Each day the slaughtered attackers piled up in heaps before the wall. Each night they were carried back and buried by their comrades. Upon the 5th night of the 4th week, the clamor without diminished. The first streaks of daylight illuminated the plains, disclosed great clouds of dust raised by the retreating armies. A mighty shout went up from the defenders. There was no mistaking its meaning. It was repeated by the waiting troops behind the walls. It was echoed by the citizens upon the streets. It swept over the city with violence of a storm. People rushed from the houses. The streets were jammed with a throbbing mob. The pent-up fear of weeks found an outlet in the wild chorus of joy. From the top of the high tower of the Temple of Bel burst forth the flames of victory. Skyward floated the column of blue smoke to carry the message far and wide. The walls of Babylon had once again repulsed a mighty and vicious foe determined to loot her rich treasures and to ravish and enslave her citizens. Babylon endured century after century because it was fully protected. It could not afford to be otherwise. The walls of Babylon were an outstanding example of man's need and desire for protection. This desire is inherent in the human race. It is just as strong today as it ever was, but we have developed broader and better plans to accomplish the same purpose. In this day, behind the impregnable walls of insurance, savings accounts, and dependable investments, we can guard ourselves against the unexpected tragedies that may enter any door and seat themselves before any fireside. We cannot afford to be without adequate protection. Chapter 8. The Camel Trader of Babylon. The hungrier one becomes, the clearer one's mind works. Also, the more sensitive one becomes to the odors of food. Tarkat, the son of Azure, certainly thought so. For 2 whole days he had tasted no food except 2 small figs purloined from over the wall of a garden. Not another could he grab before the angry woman rushed forth and chased him down the street. Her shrill cries were still ringing in his ears as he walked through the marketplace. They helped him to restrain his restless fingers from snatching the tempting from the baskets of the market women. Never before had he realized how much food was brought to the markets of Babylon and how good it smelled. Leaving the market, he walked across to the inn and paced back and forth in front of the eating house. Perhaps here he might meet someone he knew, someone from whom he could borrow a copper that would gain him a smile from the unfriendly keeper of the inn and, with it, a liberal helping. Without the copper, he knew all too well how unwelcome he would be. In his abstraction, he unexpectedly found himself face to face with the one man he wished most to avoid, the tall, bony figure of Davasir, the camel trader. Of all the friends and others from whom he had borrowed small sums, Davasir made him feel the most uncomfortable because of his failure to keep his promises to repay promptly. Davasir's face lighted up at the sight of him. "Ha! 'Tis Tarkat. Just the one I have been seeking, that he might repay the 2 pieces of copper which I lent him a moon ago. Also the piece of silver which I lent to him before that. We are well met.
The book is called
I can
The
make
Richest
good
Man
use
in
of the
Babylon.
coins this very day. What
By
say,
George
boy? What
Clausen.
say?" Tarkat stuttered and his face flushed. He had naught in his empty stomach to nerve him to argue with the outspoken Davasir. "I am sorry, very sorry," he mumbled weakly. "But this day I have neither the copper nor the silver with which I could repay." "Then get it," Davasir insisted. "Surely thou canst get hold of a few coppers and a piece of silver to repay the generosity of an old friend of thy father, who aided thee whence thou wast in need." "'Tis because ill fortune does pursue me that I cannot pay." "Ill fortune? Wouldst blame the gods for thine own weakness? Ill fortune pursues every man who thinks more of borrowing than of repaying. Come with me, boy, while I eat. I'm hungry, and I would tell thee a tale." Tarkat flinched from the brutal frankness of Davasir, but here at least was an invitation to enter the coveted doorway of the eating him to a far corner of the room where they seated themselves on small rugs. When Koskor, the proprietor, appeared smiling, Davasir addressed him with his usual freedom. "Fat lizard of the desert, bring to me a leg of the goat, very brown with much juice, and bread and all of the vegetables, for I am hungry and want much food. Do not forget my friend here. Bring to him a jug of water. Have it cooled, for the day is hot." Tarkat's heart sank. Must he sit here and drink water while he watched this man devour an entire goat leg? He said nothing. He thought of nothing he could say. Davasir, however, knew no silence. "I did hear from a traveler just returned from Earth of a certain rich man who has a piece of stone cut so thin that one can look through it. He put it in the window of his house to keep out the rains. It is yellow, so this traveler does relate, and he was permitted to look through it, and all the outside world looks strange and not like it really is. What say you to that, Tarkat? Thinkest all the world could look to a man a different color from what it is?" "I dare say," responded the youth, much more interested in the fat leg of goat placed before Davasir. "Well, I know it to be true, for I myself have seen the world all of a different color from what it really is, and The tale I am about to tell relates how I came to see it in its right color once more. Tabasir will tell a tale, whispered a neighboring diner to his neighbor and dragged his rug close. Other diners brought their food and crowded in a semicircle. They punched noisily in the ears of Tarkad and brushed him with their meaty bones. He alone was without food. Tabasir did not offer to share with him, nor even motion him to a small corner of the hard bread that was broken off and had fallen from the platter to the floor. The tale that I am about to tell, began Tabasir, pausing to bite a goodly chunk from the goat leg, relates to my early life and how I came to be a camel trader. Didst anyone know that I once was a slave in Syria? A murmur of surprise ran through the audience, to which Tabasir listened with satisfaction. When I was a young man, continued Tabasir after another vicious onslaught on goat leg, I learned the trade of my father, the making of saddles. I worked with him in his shop and took to myself a wife. Being young and not greatly skilled, I could earn but little, just enough to support my excellent wife in a modest way. I craved good things which I could not afford. Soon I found that the shopkeepers would trust me to pay later, even though I could not pay at the time. Being young and without experience, I did not know that he who spends more than he earns is sowing the winds of needless self-indulgence from which he is sure to reap the whirlwinds of trouble and humiliation. So I indulged my whims for fine raiment and bought luxuries for my good wife and our home beyond our means. I paid as I could, and for a while all went well. But in time I discovered I could not use my earnings both to live upon and to pay my debts. Creditors began to pursue me to pay for my extravagant purchases, and my life became miserable. I borrowed from my friends, but could not repay them either. Things went from bad to worse. My wife returned to her father, and I decided to leave Babylon and seek another city where a young man had a better chance. For 2 years, I had a restless and unsuccessful life working for caravan traders. From this, I fell in with a set of likable robbers who scoured the desert for unarmed caravans. Such deeds were unworthy of the son of my father, but I was seeing the world through a stone and did not realize to what degradation I had fallen. We met in a rich haul of gold and silks and valuable merchandise. This loot we took to Ganir and squandered. The second time we were not so fortunate. Just after we had made our capture, we were attacked by the spearsmen of a native chief to whom the caravans paid for protection. Our 2 leaders were killed, and the rest of us were taken to Damascus, where we were stripped of our clothing and sold as slaves. I was purchased for 2 pieces of silver by a Syrian desert chief. With my hair shorn and but a loincloth to wear, I was not so different from the other slaves. Being a reckless youth, I thought it merely an adventure until my master took me before his 4 wives and told them they could have me for a eunuch. Then indeed did I realize the hopelessness of my situation. These men of the desert were fierce and warlike. I was subject to their will without weapons or means of escape. Fearful I stood as those 4 women looked me over. I wondered if I could expect pity from them. Sira, the first wife, was older than the others. Her face was impassive as she looked upon me. I turned from her with little consolation. The next was a contemptuous beauty who gazed at me as indifferently as if I had been a worm of the earth. The 2 younger ones tittered as though it were all an exciting joke. It seemed an age that I stood waiting sentence, willing for the others to decide. Finally, Sira spoke up in a cold voice. Of eunuchs we have plenty, but of camel tenders we have few, and they are a worthless lot. Even this day I would visit my mother who was sick with the fever, and there is no slave I would trust to lead my camel. Ask this slave if he can lead a camel. My master thereupon questioned me, "What know you of camels?" Striving to conceal my eagerness, I replied, "I can make them kneel, I can load them, I can lead them on long trips without tiring. If need be, I can repair their trappings." "The slave speaks forward enough," observed my master. "If thou so desire, Sira, take this man for thy camel tender." So I was turned over to Sira, and that day I led her camel upon a long journey to her sick mother. I took the occasion to thank her for her intercession, and also to tell her that I was not a slave by birth, but the son of a freeman, an honorable saddle maker of Babylon. I also told her much of my story. Her comments were disconcerting to me, and I pondered much afterward.
Hey, good morning. How you feeling? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on? Well, I'll be there in a few hours, all right? I'll be around 1 o'clock, between 1 and 2. Okay. Hey, Raymond Shroud? Yet? What you gonna do for me? Oh, you just woke up? Alright, make sure you get cleaned up, brush your teeth, wash your face, and then I'll be there around between 1 and 2, okay? Later.